What's going on, everybody, and welcome back to Comic Breakdown. Now, I wanted to get this video out for you guys so that those that love the full story can really enjoy it. This is the full story of Fall of the House of X. This brings the entire Krakoan era to a close. Everything that had started off with Jonathan Hickman, it ends right here. Now, this picks up directly after Fall of X. If you haven't checked out that video, I have a 7-hour video that covers it in its entirety. This picks up directly after that with the trial of Cyclops. The story will continue on with the resurrection of Magneto, the rise of the Phoenix, the destruction of Orchis, the ending of Krakoa, and everything that comes after. This is MUTANTKIND's greatest story. So, make sure you guys have subscribed to the channel, make sure that you like this video, and with that being said, let's dive into this breakdown. Alright gang, so as we dive into this issue number 1, we pick up in Paris, the same place that Magneto had been tried once. This is where Cyclops' trial will be held, and Orchis has him exactly where they want him. He is on trial, and all of mutantdom, they are his co-defendants. Cyclops, though, is simply playing along. He's giving the Resistance enough time to strike back. And Cyclops is no fool. He knows that the trial is going to go against him. He knows this isn't one he can win. They may lose this battle, but the war, they plan to win. This is where we pick up with Colossus and Wolverine. One thing that the Krakoan age has brought us is the advancement in mutant technology. By combining mutant powers, we call this a circuit. There is an ongoing consensus among historians that the primordial circuit is mutant technology, really referred to as a fastball special for their advancement. The same name as the physical attack where Colossus pitches Wolverine with uncanny accuracy at its target. This is where we see Colossus throw an Orchis agent. He throws him right down the plate, and this Orchis agent lands right in the claws of Wolverine. And Colossus with Wolverine discussing what they're gonna call this move. Wolverine suggesting that they call it the Screwball Special, simply cause they were screwed to begin with. But the two of them are underneath the courthouse in Paris. They are preparing to free Cyclops. The mutants have gathered for the rescue, and it is only a matter of time before they put their play into action. Meanwhile, we have Cyclops being interrogated by Dr. Gregor. Alongside her, Omega Sentinel. Now, Gregor says that she's come here to discuss the war, but Cyclops has to wonder, why is Omega Sentinel accompanying you? Gregor going on to let Cyclops know that you guys may have won the battle, but we won the war. Cyclops does believe that she has come for more. He believes that she has come for human interaction with a man experienced with profound grief. And to this, Gregor has nothing to say. This is when Cyclops asks the question, what happens after? When the last mutant is dead under your heels? What then? And Gregor goes on to say that humankind will live happily ever after. And this makes him laugh. Cyclops laughs because he wasn't asking Gregor. He was asking Omega Sentinel. As we pick up in the skies above the courthouse, Charles Xavier is reaching out to Rasputin. He is letting her know that she is needed. At first, she lets him know that her role in rescuing Cyclops, it is a critical role, not one that she can simply abandon because Charles has a call. But Charles tells her that I can save them all, that together we can save everybody, but only if you join me right now, right this moment, that we can fix everything. Rasputin taking him up on this. She leaves the courthouse. She leaves the rescue mission. When Wolverine and Colossus go to call Rasputin, they see that something is off and something is wrong. With a rumbling in the tunnel, there is a huge explosion. Orchis is down here waiting for them with a giant electromagnet. Both Colossus and Wolverine are pinned up against the wall. Taking a flamethrower, they begin to burn Wolverine alive. The Orchis agents laughing with joy, but that joy is quickly interrupted with the arrival of Kurt. Nightcrawler bamfing in, kicking some butt. He is letting them know that Rasputin has disappeared, that perhaps it is time to launch the invasion of Earth. that rescuing Cyclops has to come second now. This is where we pick up with the trial. They have come to this court to say mutant kind are nothing more than a menace. They're an invasive foreign species. And when it is time for Cyclops to have his defense, he says absolutely nothing. He refuses to dignify this with any kind of response. He knows humanity can be good, but he refuses to be prosecuted by it. The judge does warn him that if you continue down this path, you are surely gonna be found guilty. But in his mind, there is only one person that can truly judge him, and not a single soul is her. This is where we take off to the Orcus Bloom. At this point, they're already celebrating. They're already pouring their glasses of champagne. Fei Long, Dr. Stasis, Omega Sentinel, Dr. Gregor, all of them are sitting here ready to have just the time of their life, believing that this is over, the war is won, this is game over. To put the final nail in the coffin, Omega Sentinel sends Nimrod to kill Krakoa, to end the island once and for all. Now, when Nimrod shows up, he thinks this is gonna be an easy task. I'm gonna take down this island, I'm gonna return home, and we're gonna build Sentinel City. As Nimrod charges in on the tree, this is when Krakoa spits amber on him. So much amber that Nimrod's systems freeze up. It completely disables him in a single moment. And that's when Krakoa sucks him down into the island. The vines wrapping around Nimrod and the amber. He sends out a distress call. He lets them all know that he has been disabled and they got a runner. This is where Krakoa unroots itself and it takes off. Now in a weakened and diminished state, Krakoa is running for its life. This is when Dr. Gregor goes on to give a speech to the people of the world, letting them know that the next few hours are gonna be uncomfortable, that they are finally gonna remove the threat of mutant kind, that Krakoa will be eradicated, and the mutants that don't leave the planet, they will be liquefied. This is the final warning to any mutant left on Earth. This is where we pick up with our mutants. Everybody is waiting for Iron Man's big plan to take place. The plan we will see unfold in Iron Man issues 14 and 15. He is executing this plan now. They weren't ready for the invasion yet, but they have no choice now. They must spring their trap now. This is where she is going to drop down. Kitty Pryde is going to drop down, use the gateways because she's the only one that can use gateways. Still unexplained on why, but she's going to use the gateways to communicate with their other forces so they can coordinate their attack. The first person she goes to is Iron Man and Emma Frost. And then she goes to planet Araco. Lets Woofer know that it is time to be ready with Forge's fleet coming from deep space. And Emma Frost sends out a message, letting everybody know that we are fighting earlier than we anticipated. But she has the utmost confidence in all of their abilities, that they must succeed. The whole world is at stake, that they are fighting off extinction, and in the coming hours, everything is about to be determined. This is where we pick up at nowhere. We pick up with Brew, leader of the Brood. Now, Brew is expecting Jean Grey, but the person that arrives is Polaris, and she is asking Brew, are you ready for war? And because Jean Grey had saved Brew's life, saved his entire species, he is ready to fight by the side of mutant kind. And so Polaris and Brew, they head off to war. Alright guys, so we are jumping 10 years into the future. The Tower of Nimrod the Lesser. We have Nimrod, Omega Sentinel, and Emma Frost. We have seen that Nimrod and Omega Sentinel, they really are ahead in this war. Mutant after mutant has fallen. This is just yet another casualty in this war. But we do see the overconfidence of Nimrod, talking about how the mutants really thought that they could win. But Omega Sentinel reminds him that they did win. They had burned down the machine firmament with the Phoenix Fire. They destroyed Nimrod. That's why Omega Sentinel was sent back. She's really telling Nimrod that he needs to check his confidence. And Nimrod must ask the question, even with so few of them left, you really believe that there is an opportunity that they could rise up again, that they could win somehow, some way. And she lets him know that there is a possibility, but the window for that opportunity, it is closing quickly, because tomorrow they meet their new god. This is what picks us up with Mystique and Gambit. John Ironfire dead on the ground. They are currently on a covert mission to gather some information, with Raven having the information in her head. They're now trying to make their getaway. Obviously, things went sideways. But knowing how valuable this information is, this is when Gambit decides that he's gonna go on a suicide mission. Every part of him can go boom. He's gonna blast Mystique away out of this place. With his detonation, Mystique is able to get outside. She is able to contact the professor, telepathically downloading the information. That is when the Sentinels descend. Raven completely surrounded, going out, guns blazing. This is what takes us to the Broken Sword Station. We see that Professor X is in fact Sync, body ravaged by his powers. He informs everybody else in the room that they are all dead, but they were able to do it. They've got their location. This is where we see Iron Man, but an AI imprint of a long dead Tony Stark in his final suit. We have Captain Krakoa, that is Kamala Khan. And it appears that along the way, Kamala Khan was made a captain of Krakoa. We have Shadow Tiger. This is Kate Pryde after consuming the dead seed. And of course, still standing is Wolverine. This is what takes us to the Orcus Forge, currently in deep space. We have Omega Sentinel, Moira, and Nimrod. As they observe all of this, Moira says that she had seen something similar like this in her 6th life. But in that lifetime, that was 1,000 years from now. How is it here? How is it here now? And for Omega Sentinel, this is simple. She brought all the knowledge of technology from the far future here so they could defeat the mutants. Bring it to a time era where they are not prepared. It had taken them 5 years to build what they needed. And then they aimed it at Mars. 5 years of all this work and they finally have the World Mind. And the World Mind's purpose is to attract a Dominion. Bring in the Dominion so that you can go into the larger whole. All of their data, all of it part of a perfect machine outside of time and space. As they head off for the evening, this is when they run into Dr. Stasis. Still alive, still working for Orcus. He has come to inform them that another X team has been wiped off the map. The bad news is that they have the information. This is when Omega Sentinel tells them to quickly increase security scans on Phobos. Picking up there, that is where we have our heroes. They are trying to get in and out without being detected in the slightest bit. With the Iron Man AI trying to get through the force field. It sends off the alerts. There is a giant boom. This alert is notifying Nimrod and the others as they take off for one last fight before they meet their god. Nimrod now understands that there was a chance. Omega Sentinel was right. Even now, they can still win. This is when Moira activates the World Mind. This is where we pick up with Dr. Stasis meeting up with Cadena. They are currently at the Vault in Ecuador. Dr. Stasis has come to let her know it is time. Dr. Stasis plans to beat all of them. On Phobos, all hell is breaking loose. Nimrod is on the battlefield and he is recognizing the Death Seed infected Kate Pryde. He understands her capabilities, and Nimrod adapts. He adjusts, and he is able to neutralize her, knocking Kate Pryde out, her body limp on the ground. This is where we see the World Mind initiating. We see the World Mind stabilizing. It reaches out to attempt contact, and it makes that contact. This is when the Dominion arrives, and inside the vault, the temporal acceleration pocket. Dr. Stasis will admit that the AI's plan is very clever, but the AI can't have ideas like humans can. So Dr. Stasis decided to take what they had from the future and give it to a supreme intelligence he constructed from humanity's greatest intellects. And inside the vault, they had longer than 10 years to chew over this problem. The AI may be bringing their god here to beg to join it, but Dr. Stasis wants to do the human thing and simply kill it. This is where we see some kind of glowing orb transported to the sun, and this causes the sun to black out completely. On this battlefield, Nimrod is noticing that the sun is going out. Not sure what's happening. The X-Men needed a distraction, so this is when Sync, he reaches out. Using his unique abilities, he takes on the powers of Apocalypse. With this newfound strength, he smashes in the face of Nimrod. Having one last opportunity, Kate Pride able to have one more phase shift left in her. She grabs Wolverine, does a fastball special, phases him into the building, and this is where Wolverine runs into Diamond Sinister. This was their target. They had locked him away because they couldn't risk him having a failsafe, which he admits was a very smart decision, considering he does have a failsafe. Asking how they're getting out of here, Wolverine says there is a failsafe, and then he guts Sinister. As we pick up in space, that little orb that absorbed the sun, it takes all of that energy and it shoots it right at the Dominion. This has blacked out all of the Dominion's intelligence, reducing it to pure processing power. What this did is wipe away any mind or any person that might be in the Dominion, and they can upload whatever they want into it. This was obviously Dr. Stasis's plan. This is when he says activate. The children of the Vault have been betrayed. Of course, Dr. Stasis backstabbed them. He did all of this so he could reach Dominion himself. Today, he becomes a god. Today, he becomes a Dominion. As he puts on his helmet and the power surges through him, almost instantly, everything stops, and Dr. Stasis is confused. This was supposed to work. The Dominion was an empty husk ready for his mind to take its place, but he learns that it's being consumed by another Dominion. Before he can say anything more, this is where Rasputin drives her sword right through his chest. Killing him, she believed that she had stopped it all from happening, only to recognize that it is too late. This is when Rasputin is told it is time for her to leave, that timeline is about to collapse. Picking up with the Dominion, Nimrod, and Omega Sentinel, Nimrod is saying that you are not my AI god, but Enigma lets him know that I definitely am. Once a mortal man, but now it is AI. Now it is Enigma, and he is their new god. This was once Nathaniel Essex, creating 4 versions of himself to scour reality for ways to become a Dominion. The mutant, the post-human, the arcane, and the alien. All the roads led to Enigma. All of this made possible because of Sinister, making the Moira engine the ability to reset the timeline whenever he wished. So each of these attempts, they could happen, be consumed, and then reset. Enigma watched, ensuring he would never remember timelines when he discovered his peers were the other Dominion attempts. But with Sinister dead, the failsafes activate. Enigma watches as all of this happens, existing outside of time and space. Enigma cannot be prevented. Inevitable as the period at the end of the sentence. We are watching how it came to be. We are watching how Enigma won. This is where that reality ends, and we pick up in No Place X. Rasputin is returning, saying that she has failed, and we see with her is Charles Xavier and Doug, aka Cypher. And Professor X is saying that they were successful in stopping Stasis' ascension 9 times, better than what was achieved with the other Essex clones. They knew that it was likely impossible to prevent Enigma Dominion from coming into existence, but they had to try. But now they must walk a much harder path. They must put in the contingency plan. Now, Charles isn't 100% sure he wants to let Rasputin in on this information. She is their primary field agent. The less she knows, the better. They worry that if she is captured or Enigma may be watching, this information may get out. If this information gets out, they're gonna do what they can to prevent it. But Rasputin demands to know this information, saying that she will no longer go out into the field until she knows what is truly going on, that she will not follow blindly again. And so Charles, he lets her in. They plan to make a strike that'll end the entire timeline. The Dominion would cease to be, cutting it off at the roots. The plan is to find Moira before her gifts activate when she is 13. If they kill her then, all of this goes away. Krakoa would have never been, and it will never be. Alright gang, so as we get into this issue, we pick up with Cyclops going through a dream that he has been having, a reoccurring one. It starts out with him and Jean making love, but in the process, everything goes ablaze. The fire becomes all-consuming, and then Cyclops wakes up. He is talking to a therapist because this is the therapist that is going to determine if he has the mental capability to currently be held trial, to ensure that he's not insane, to make sure that his cognitive abilities are there and operating properly. As she steps out of the office, this is where we find Dr. Stasis. And she tells Dr. Stasis that this man is in no shape to be held trial, that it is obvious he has been tortured, that he has suffered a psychotic break. But unfortunately for her, somebody in her family is a mutant. Dr. Stasis promises to keep this mutant safe, to keep this mutant off the radar, but she has to clear Cyclops for trial. This is when we hop over to Synch and Talon. Now, for those of you that have been following the X-Men title for a while, you understand the history behind these two. But for those that may not have been caught up and you've just recently got into it, Synch and Talon spent a lot of time in the vault. Now, time flows at a highly accelerated rate inside the vault. Synch, Talon, and Darwin, they all went in. At some point, Darwin was lost, but Synch and Laura, they soldiered on. They spent nearly half a millennia in that vault together, hundreds of years, and they fell in love. Synch inevitably able to escape, and once returning, he found Talon, and there has been no sign of Darwin whatsoever. But in present day, Synch and Talon, they are working together with their makeshift X-Men team, down in these tunnels, working side by side with Spider-Man, the Gold Goblin, and Tony Stark. But right now, they're discussing on how to handle a situation. All of these laced drugs out there in the population, all the people that have been taking them, it could be fatal to all of them. So they need to find a way to not only get rid of this poison in their bodies, but not alert Orcus so that they don't hit the switch. With Spider-Man giving Synch an idea, this is where he says that the answer is on Counter Earth. And Synch has had an encounter with the High Evolutionary to get them out of a sticky situation before. The High Evolutionary wanted a drop of Synch's blood, and Synch has prayed every day that doing that wouldn't have huge ramifications, because who knows what the High Evolutionary could do with even a drop of Synch's blood. What could he possibly create? Jumping over to the Atlantic Ocean, we have Tony Stark and we have Firestar having a little bit of a rendezvous just to trade information. Firestar has been working deep undercover, and at this point, Tony is letting her know that you have been undercover long enough. They're already getting suspicious of her. It is only a matter of time before they make their move, before they clean her out, wipe her from the board so that she's not a liability. But first, she's got to report that a landing force is going to be touching down in the Australian outback. That's when she leaves Orcus and never looks back. We go into much more detail about this inside the Invincible Iron Man comic, which will be the next video we release. With Synch and Talon taking off, they land on Counter Earth, met by a small group of resistance. What they also find are some freedom fighters. With the High Evolutionary committing genocide on this planet many times over, defection was inevitable. They guided them to the High Evolutionary's weapons bunker. Being able to get inside, they get to a ship, and on that ship is the bio bomb. Synch had been offered this bomb at one point in time. The High Evolutionary said it was a gift to mutant kind, a gift that would wipe all of humanity off the map. But as the two of them come off of this ship, this is where they are met by Luminous and the High Evolutionary. Seeing that they have the biohacking device, he now wonders, has mutantdom reconsidered his gift? He has heard rumors about what is going on Earth. Synch says that is never what they wanted, but the gift was offered freely, and right now they have great need of it. Talon asking the High Evolutionary if you really want to fight us. He says that he hasn't decided yet, but Luminous, she wants a fight, and so Synch gives her one. going into her mind, making her suffer her worst memories. This is when the High Evolutionary doesn't think much of Luminous, but lets them know that you can keep your prize if you survive me. Sync using the powers of Talon. We see the bone claws come out. The two of them attack. This is where we pick up with Sync and Tony Stark, letting Tony know that he got it. As he goes to walk away, this is when Talon is asking, why can't she remember how they escaped Counter-Earth? Letting her know that she was hurt badly. He got her to the shuttle, but when Miss Marvel pops up around his shoulder, asking who he is talking to, there's nobody there. Headed off down to his room. This is where we find Talon sitting on the bed. He tells her that he can explain, because the fight with the High Evolutionary, it was a very quick, short fight. One that Talon and Sync had lost. With Talon burned down to a crisp, the High Evolutionary says that you have paid what you have come to steal. That you can take this with you, Sync of Krakoa. But Talon is still alive, using the powers of Jean, pulling Talon's mind into his own. He's like Cerebro, and he will hold on to her as long as he can. Alright gang, so as we dive into this issue, we pick up with Tony Stark having a nightmare. This nightmare involving him battling Magneto, and Magneto is just tearing him apart, taking the very armor off of his body and making it into a spear. He propels that spear directly into the chest of Tony Stark. And that's when he wakes up. He spent months developing countermeasures to Magneto, designing technology that would protect him, and now that technology is being used against the innocent. But waking up from this is when Emma Frost comes into the room. She offers to help him forget, to use her powers and make him not remember. But that's not what he's looking for. On the other hand, Emma Frost does have other ways of helping people forget their problems. That's when Emma gets naked and gets into bed, and Tony tells her that when this is all over, he wouldn't mind trying to figure out what they are, trying to figure them out. Emma, on the other hand, she doesn't necessarily believe that Tony is going to make it out of this. Not really fond of the odds. Emma thinks that she'll be fine, but what Tony has planned, he's probably in some big trouble. This is what takes us to deep space. The dragon standing before Ironheart, letting her know that those rings, those are not weapons. They are not rings of power, they are rings of tragedy. It holds the spirit of his brethren, that she must heed these words or she will suffer the consequences. But Ironheart has nothing to fear from this monster. No, the rings will do the job. Even the purest of hearts will be compromised in the darkest of days. Around your hands, you have 10 curses upon you. You will compromise your heart. The only way to save yourself is to remove the rings from you, to get rid of them once and for all. But as Ironheart and Forge begin to have a conversation, her not knowing that these weren't rings of power or alien artifacts, they are in fact having the spirits of some ghosts in them, but telling Forge that she's got to build a great machine out of Mysterium. They find this quite the coincidence. This is what takes us to the home of the Smiths of Asgard. Right now, the Forges, they are currently down. That is because of what went down in Carnage, when Carnage forged his weapon of chaos, his God Killer, what he calls the All Red. But Ironheart and Forge both believe that if given the opportunity, they can probably get the Forges reignited. Without wasting any time, the two of them get to work. Taking us many days later, the Forge reignited and the ships built out of Mysterium are fully operational. Now, while Ironheart and Forge offered up the dwarves some Mysterium for all of the work and allowing them to use the Forge to begin with, they get a little bit greedy. They come to take everything, attacking both Forge and Ironheart. The first to attack Ironheart gets blasted by the rings. The other that goes after Forge, he tries to warn him not to attack, but Forge's leg activates, his automatic defense leg. He had taught his artificial leg all the best combat on Earth. He says that it literally has a mind of its own. This is when Ironheart, using the power of those 10 rings, lifts all of them up off of the ground, getting ready to send them into the void, Forge stays her hand, lets her know that she doesn't want this on her conscience. She doesn't deserve to live with this on her mind. Reluctantly, she drops them. Now she has come to understand what carrying this rings really means. What scares her the most is she's becoming comfortable with it. And so a little while later, her and Forge together to devise something to be able to get rid of these rings permanently for her. Activating the sextant, they shoot these rings into the universe, designed specifically to spread them out across the galaxy. The 10 rings are now gone, and Riri is finally free of them. This is where we have the ships landing on Arakko, and they are doing it in full view of Orcus satellites. Once they land on Arakko and they pick up the mutants, they head directly for Earth. They know Orcus is watching. They want Orcus to see it all. This is where Firestar comes into play. Feeding Orcus false information, she is letting them know that the mutant resistance on Earth, her connections with them, she took credit for something that Mystique had done, freeing the Juggernaut. She lets them know that Stark has been playing possum. He has designed ships capable of withstanding the capital guns on Venus, the Earth, and the Moon. And their beachhead is going to be the Australian outback. Fei Long plans to have all the Stark Sentinels waiting ready for the invasion. As Firestar and Fei Long with Dr. Stasis all leave the room, Moira, Omega Sentinel, and Nimrod have a discussion. They don't want to tempt fate any longer. Fei Long is prideful and Stark is dangerous. It's time that they kill Firestar, and they're gonna do this by using their weapon, the Adamantium Claws of Orcus. Alright gang, so as we dive into this issue, we pick up with a scene that looks a lot like Magneto's own personal hell. The man himself standing before it. And there is a symbolism here that we have yet to fully understand. But sitting at the feet of Magneto are 5 different helmets. 3 of them red and purple, 1 black, and 1 that is more of a white silver. He calls out to Storm, and he says that he was wrong. This is where we see Storm waking in the middle of the night in a huge startle, because what that imagery was a dream. It was a vision. She screams out no. The man that she is currently with, Craig, he calms her. He brings her back down and grounds her. They are currently on Arakko. Now, for those that don't know, Craig isn't some king. He's not a mutant. He's not anything. He's really just an astronaut. One that ended up adopting 2 children. But him and Storm have found themselves intertwined of late. But even being grounded, she has to go. She knows that seeing Magneto was much more than a dream. This was him calling out for help. And so with her heading off, she goes to have a conversation with the Defenders. As they sit here and try to figure out what's going on with Dominion, Orcus, how it's all intertwined, what's really going on here. This is when Storm shows up. And though at first she's not necessarily greeted on the greatest of terms, Storm has come asking for a favor, letting the good doctor know what she needs done. Storm lets him know that she needs to go to the waiting room. Now, for those of you that don't know about this, the waiting room is an absolutely awesome concept that was created. The Scarlet Witch created what we call a mutant heaven. So if a mutant dies, they go to this waiting room. Not only that, but anybody that ever has had an X gene, they're in the waiting room. Anybody that will have an X gene. It is the ultimate protection, the greatest gift Scarlet Witch could give after everything that happened. And so we presume that this is in fact where Magneto is, along with every other person that has ever died and had the X gene. Being able to get a seed from Apocalypse and Redroot, getting it from the new island, which means this is a different gateway, a gateway that is not locked off. And when Adam is able to open it up, before anything can happen, Storm jumps in, no hesitation. And when she jumps in, the person that she is greeted by in the waiting room in the mutant afterlife is Tarn the Uncaring. Now, if you don't know who Tarn the Uncaring is, I highly recommend that you check out Ten of Swords. That's where he really came into his own in the X-Men lines. And so with this meeting, knowing their history, Storm is obviously a little tense, a little standoffish, wondering why he is here. But like every other mutant, he is allowed here. This is the gift from the Scarlet Witch. But she wonders why he is here waiting. We all know that Tarn the Uncaring is a devious individual. He's obviously plotting something, maybe not necessarily against Storm, but he's plotting something in the afterlife regardless. But as Storm looks around, she sees that there is nobody else here. Tarn asking, should paradise be crowded? Should they be on call? Or maybe this place really is empty. But he does gesture over to some items that we see, what he calls both exits and entrances, which means the waiting room isn't the end-all be-all. There are other places that the mutants could have gone. They can leave paradise if they choose. They can go explore what else is out there after death. This is when Tarn goes on to ask Storm how she is here, why she is here. Now, up here, they have all heard that resurrection has come to an end. There is no telling how long it will take for it to ever come back, if it ever does. But Storm is here, and he has to wonder why. This is when she reveals that she is here for Magneto. And Magneto is the one that killed Tarn the Uncaring. He takes this as a direct insult. And here in the well beyond the worlds, the very seat of magic, he has always been the genomic mage. This is where we see Tarn the Uncaring show out his true form. Now, Tarn says that he could simply end her right here, but Storm calls his bluff, asking why haven't you? And that's because he said it himself. This place is the seat of magic, and if she has learned anything about magic, there are signifiers of power, like the icons of death, judgment, and fate that watch over them. In this place, they are their own signifiers. In this place, they are faced by their true self. They face off against them with their truest self. And Storm has already proven before that she is the superior. As Tarn goes on talking about all mutants being his canvas, that this is his true self, an ever-expanding, ever-evolving monster. With all of his talking, he didn't realize what was right under his feet, asking Storm who she thinks she is. She is the Witch of Weather, named for the storm, and he is standing right on a cloud. This is where the lightning coming from all directions eats up his body whole, and we see Tarn the Uncaring disappear. This is when Storm is visited by her ancestor, the woman known as a Sheikh. She has come to help Storm learn, telling her exactly why she came here. It is all because the dream of Max, of Magneto. She knows that it was a distress call. She tells her ancestor about the 5 helmets, but she doesn't understand why, telling Storm that 5 is the number of magic, but it has other associations. The 5 sphere is the sphere of judgment, and no mercy is found there, asking, is this person truly your friend? And as Storm thinks back, after everything that has happened, after all the time, all the years, all the trauma, she knows that he was many things. He is also owed many things. If this man is suffering, she has to try. This is when Storm asks her ancestor, where are all the mutants? This is supposed to be the waiting room, so where are they? Now, she doesn't know where they are, but she knows the path that they took. The icon that she points to is a burning beacon, lighting the way to something more permanent than a paradise that this was built for. She says that it is the face of death. Now she must wonder, are they all gone? Is this permanent? Can they ever return? Is there no hope? Her ancestor tells her that there is always hope, that she has already crossed one threshold and death is not the barrier that many believe, that she can still return from all of this. This is where we see her body dead on the ground. They are trying their best to revive her, but for her this changes nothing. She came here to help a friend. She is going to bring him back if he wishes, to bring him back into the fight. And if she must, she will drag every single mutant back as well. Her ancestor letting her know that there are things that not even a goddess could do. But she does have a purpose here, and they must figure out what this purpose is. That darkness must be fought in many ways, on many levels, both above and below. That Magneto holds the key. To find Magneto, she must go through the tower. She climbs her way to the top and then she falls. From atop this tower, she falls into where the Dominions are. Outside of time and space, we see many Dominions, expanding that even one Dominion out there We thought that that could be a big threat. The truth is, there are many Dominions, but there appears to be some kind of order to these Dominions. As Storm begins to talk to these Dominions, they tell her that she is beyond, outside, what they would designate as overspace. The junction to everywhere is where she is. One of these Dominions appearing to have the crown in the middle, telling her that various Dominions exist. Work, consume, grow as Dominions exist. It is a continuing cycle, but there is one that threatens. Infinite power, human-level thought. The threat is infinite. The threat duration could be forever. The Omegas Beyonders were afraid, are afraid. They are linear. We are not. Containment has been attempted. Multiversal reboots have been attempted, and it has all not been enough. Ace of Crowns. Fifth business, Enigma. And so this is not the Enigma speaking to her, but a Dominion talking about the Enigma. That there is one Dominion out there that is a threat to all the others, to everybody else, and they have already attempted to try and shut him down, and it has failed. Asking why she has come to this place. They let her know that she has come from Magneto, and they know Magneto. While he is very interesting to their information, they don't really care about Magneto, they care about Storm. They find her much more interesting, much more consumable. As this Dominion tries to eat the goddess, Storm lashes out at a freaking Dominion. Charging up her power, she blasts away. And the Dominions felt this. They register it as pain. Taking this into consideration, they recalculate, and they send her exactly where she wants to go. She lands exactly where she was when she saw Magneto in her dream, in her vision. She is entering the place where pretenses and protections are thrown away. Behold the river. Behold the broken city. Behold judgment. And whatever this place has already done to Magneto, it will do much worse to Storm. Alright gang, so as we dive into this issue, we are picking up with the team that is chosen. We don't get much backstory on where they were during the fall of X, but standing before us is Prodigy, Frenzy, Jubilee, Dazzler, and Cannonball. And they have just teleported into a location known as Moira Engine 3.9. This is one of the failed Moira timelines. One of the ones this Sinister had done. One of his creations. A timeline that was abandoned. With them arriving, it is 1 month after magic had taken over, ascended to Lord of all Hells. As soon as they see her, they know that this is not where they need to be. With a giant surge of energy, we see them pulled out of this timeline and thrown somewhere else. They are thrown to Krakoa. They are thrown to Krakoa, currently held inside the White Hot Room. As the team lands, we see Rachel Summers contacting them. She is the one helping transport them. And in this case, she is technically the leader of the team, guiding them exactly where they need to go. But she is at no place X. Nowhere, no when. Here in this place, it is taking all of her focus to communicate with them and transport them. She knows that they linger in these timelines, they're gonna draw unwanted attention. While they have this conversation, we also learn that Rachel has been really unlocking the powers of Prodigy. The blocks that he had in his mind are no longer there. And so he is getting faster and faster at detecting where Moira might be, because that is exactly what they're doing. They are trying to hunt down Moira. They need one version of her that is just a human or mutant, a Moira without all the robotic parts. That way that Prodigy can lift this information that Xavier needs, mapping out all of Moira's mental mind, all of her past, because Xavier's plan, he tells everybody, is to talk to Moira, that he wants to talk to her before her powers manifest, and maybe he can change things. But we know that Xavier's plans, you could say that they are much more sinister than that. Rachel also lets them know that they are running out of Moira Engine pathways. Sinister only made so much of these abominations. If they don't find what they're looking for on the next jump, they might not find it at all. This is what takes us to Moira Engine 2.4, 15 years after the end of Earth. Our team shows up and they immediately start gasping for air. Lucky for them, there is an X-Men team here. Remaining survivors left over after everything was destroyed. We have Armor, Rootfire, Random, Blink, and Abigail Brand. Abigail Brand and her X-Men team take them to the final mutant refuge, a Conti-born Araco, the living island floating through space. And our X-Men team is telling Abigail Brand that they are friends, that they are working on the same team. Right now, Prodigy is struggling. Anytime he is around new people, he absorbs their knowledge. He absorbs their skills. He used to have limitations, but Rachel removed them. She did it for this mission. And Prodigy, he knows what happened to this Earth. Abigail Brand got what she wanted. Intergalactic war. Except Orbis Stellaris, he was pulling all of the strings that Abigail Brand thought she was pulling. A wormhole strike vaporizing Krakoa. 92% of all life on Earth snuffed out in a moment. Araco attacked just in case there was a notion of revenge. And what was left of mutant kind scattered across the stars. Abigail Brand manipulated into the downfall of all humanity. But Frenzy goes on to say that there is nothing that we can tell you about our mission or why we are here. With paradoxes and everything in between, they might be talking too much as it is. But their clock is ticking and they gotta get back. This is when they are attacked. Orbis might have wiped out Nimrod and the other AIs aligned with Orcus, but there is still the Phalanx. With the other AIs not in the picture, they filled the void. And on this last mutant refuge is the last bit of Mysterium left in all the universe. As the Phalanx jump on board, Abigail Brand and her X-Men team, they fight for their lives. They die on their feet and they take as many as they can along with them. Frenzy and her team, they know their mission. Though they would want to help in this situation, they know that whatever happens here, it already happens. Their mission is to find Moira. Luckily for Abigail Brand, she's got a little bit of help from the Starjammers. Warbird, Smasher, Mercury, Lockheed, Sunspot, Juggernaut, they're all here and they're ready to fight. And so as we watch Frenzy and her team make a getaway, Prodigy, he can feel Moira nearby. And in this comic, we do have a transcript between Charles and Rachel. Charles didn't expect for Rachel to form up this team. She knew that sending off-the-chart powerhouses would be too risky. The Dominion might be able to sense this, figure out what they're doing. Dazzler, Jubilee, Frenzy, Sam, they're experienced, they're committed. And at the end of the day, they are X-Men. Prodigy being mission critical to all of this. His psychic absorption, it is a passive ability. They are hoping that Moira will not be prepared for this, that she might be prepared for somebody poking around her brain, somebody like Betsy Braddock. But a passive ability of just absorbing all of their thoughts and skills, this might throw her off her game. As we pick up with Warbird and Smasher, Orbis is coming in on them, and Warbird and Smasher, they break right through this ship. While Orbis is being taken care of, we head back down to Frenzy. They got a whole bunch of trouble of their own, and that is the Phalanx. Not only that, but all the ship debris is falling from the sky, and a piece of crystal finds itself impaled into Prodigy's suit. As they try to get the crystal out of his chest, this is where somebody comes in on them. Cannonball, seeing this, he takes the opportunity to strike. And when he strikes, this cloaked individual is revealed to be Moira. As we see what is left of Moira, missing arm, barely alive, wheezing. That's when Prodigy begins to absorb, and he absorbs everything. In a matter of seconds, he has a full map of Moira's past. All of it. Not just her 10th life like they were looking for. She got every single life. They can go anywhere, any when. They can stop the Dominion before it is born. Calling out to Rachel, we see the team teleported out of here, but left behind is the crystal. This is exactly what Moira came for. Abigail Brand tries to stop her, but she is no match for Moira. She has been building a weapon, adamantium, vibranium coating, and also carbonadium. because that crystal she had been looking for, it was a piece of mysterium, the missing ingredient for her ultimate weapon. Now she has everything she needs to cut a path all the way back to her first life, to start all the way over again, ensuring that Moira will always win. Alright gang, so we pick up and we have Sync and Talon. Inside the mindscape, the two of them are having a conversation, trying to figure out what they're gonna do. The invasion of Earth is going to be happening soon. Sync is going to be needed on the battlefield. The reality of the situation, there is only one answer. Sync has to let her go. Her body is destroyed. He is using Jean Grey's gift to keep her mind alive. And this time, there is no getting out of it. And so while Sync sleeps, everyone believes that maybe he's sick, that he's fighting off an infection, but the plans, they have to move forward, with Spider-Man and Kamala Khan using their brains, putting it together to use what the High Evolutionary had given them and create a countermeasure for what Orchis did to all the Krakoan medicine, which means Orchis will no longer have a kill switch. And this is all done relatively quick. While they're finishing up the west coast of America, this is when Nimrod, he chimes in, lets them know that they weren't hiding that well, that Orchis, they noticed just at the right time. And so while the heroes prepare for the attack, we pick back up with Sync and Talon. The dreamscape is on fire, but Sync swears that he can do something. As he tries to save it, he hears the voice from the outside. He hears the voice of Shadowcat. She is trying to get through to him, trying to let him know that Nimrod has found our location. As we pick up with Spider-Man and Kamala Khan, we see that Nimrod, he has shown up on scene. As he begins to smash away on all the computers, this is when we have him bamfing in, the one and only Nightcrawler. With Nightcrawler serving as a distraction, we have Shadowcat coming up out of the ground and she hits him in the Achilles heel in an attempt to try and immobilize him. And in an instant, we have Spider-Man driving a truck. He drives this truck right into Nimrod, but then Nimrod reaching through the vehicle, grabbing Spider-Man. Nimrod about ready to rip Spider-Man in half. That is when Nightcrawler jumps in, grabs him, and gets him out of there. Jumping into the fight, we have Wolverine driving his claws into the back of Nimrod's skull, but Nimrod grabs him, throws him on the ground. It seems that no matter the damage that they are able to put out, Nimrod is able to keep taking it. And so as they struggle in this fight, we pick up with Wilson Fisk. The police have shown up at the door and they are letting him know that they are returning his beloved, that Mary Typhoid has returned. And with their reunion, we see another love about to fall apart. Sync and Talon in the crumbling dreamscape. Talon says that Scott and Jean trusted them with the leadership of the X-Men. Today they pay for it, but if they succeed, then Orchis will have no more hostages. That was the mission. One long kiss goodbye and he sets her mind adrift. The longest romance in X-Men history has finally come to an end. And when Sync opens up his eyes, he pushes the sorrow away. He lets rage fill his heart. And while Nimrod is cleaning up the X-Men team, this is where we have Sync phasing up from underneath the ground and he goes up into the sky. He raises his fist to the air. He calls upon the power of Storm and he let loose a lightning bolt. Just for a moment, Sync became a god, striking Nimrod and dropping him down to his knees. Even Nimrod must admit that that was pretty good, but if that's your best shot, you guys have already lost the fight. And while the X-Men team, they could stay and fight Nimrod, they could risk losing one of their lives. There is still a war to fight. Today, the mission was won. Orchis has no more hostages. The world is free from MODOK's little device of poisoning the Krakoan medicine. Portals opening up, we see all of the heroes fall through. Our heroes find themselves in the Rocky Mountains. With Rogue inbound on a jet, they are now setting their sights on freeing Cyclops. Nightcrawler asking about Talon. Sync says that she's gone. He had to let her go, but now is not the time to mourn her life. They have the green light, and the drums of war have begun to beat. Gang, in this issue, we jump right into the fray. Polaris having that giant celestial head directly behind her. she has made her way right to the doorstep of Orcus. Both MODOK and Dr. Stasis, they watch as she comes in. With her powers and the mask of the Celestial, it would overwhelm the Bloom shields. Dr. Stasis lets us know that the fleet of ships from Morocco, they hid Stark's Sentinel Buster armor. He assumes that this giant celestial skull is the mutant reinforcements. He declares to kill every single mutant that they see. This is when we see the skull crash into the Bloom, and in the destruction, Polaris boards the Bloom. Having her shield up, she is only waiting for the attack to begin. The Orcus agents had no idea what was coming for them. This is where we see the Brood let loose. Now, Polaris, she could have destroyed the station, but she didn't want the Orcus agents to make it to the escape pods. She wanted them to believe that they could hold the station, that they had a chance. So she crippled it, and then she let Brew give the order. This is where we pick up on an Orcus shuttle, being able to launch with some prisoners before the attack. They're not getting any response from command, but the commander of these Orcus agents say that they are going to dock, that they are going to fight, they are going to do whatever it takes to stop the mutants. What they didn't realize is that one of the agents is in fact Colossus. Wolverine breaking free, they make quick work of this team. This is when Nightcrawler shows up, helping take care of what members of these agents are left. He lets them know that he has been searching for Firestar. As they get ready to dock, the Orcus agents open fire, only for the Brood to overwhelm them. And nobody expected the Brood to be on board. This was never part of the plan. This is something that Polaris just kinda did on her own, with Polaris asking what they have been up to and what they're doing, what their mission is. Polaris is here to kill Stasis and Firestar, but Nightcrawler is filling her in, letting her know that Firestar has been a double agent, that she has been working for the mutants. And so she's gonna give Nightcrawler a little bit of time, give him an opportunity to find Firestar and save any civilians that can be saved. But she has plans to drop this whole thing into the sun. Down in New York, we have the White Queen herself, the beautiful Emma Frost. She gives a sit rep of what is going on. Shadowcat in Paris trying to rescue Cyclops. We have Juggernaut, who is out there rescuing Krakoa after being brought down with some Sentinels. Juggernaut's coming in with one of Cable's guns. He makes quick work of these Stark Sentinels and he is able to rescue Krakoa. That's when Emma has her own problems. A Stark Sentinel finding her in New York, communicating with Rogue asking if she will go assist Juggernaut in picking him up, getting him and Krakoa out of there. The only problem, Rogue and Gambit have a plan of their own. Rogue sets the plane on autopilot. She sends the jet back to Emma, lets her know that they got their own mission. Of course, Emma's concerned about this, thinking that now is not the time to break ranks. What could be possibly more important than what we have going on? This is when Synch shows up using the powers of Iceman, helping bring down the Stark Sentinel, letting her know that if Rogue says she's got something to do, it's gotta be important. Right now, they have Stasis trapped in orbit. They need to neutralize more high-value targets. This is what takes us to the once Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. After everything started to go down, this is where Rogue decided to hide Manifold, to tuck him away from everything and everyone. For Manifold, only a few moments are gonna have passed. They know that he's gonna be mad. Putting him in stasis in Krakoan no place, it's like being deleted from the universe. As he begins to wake up, Rogue tries to explain, tries to let him know what has been going on, why they had to do what they did. But as he looks up to the stars, he sees how long he has been asleep. And so obviously, no matter how much the two of them try to explain themselves, he loses his temper, blasting Gambit and going to strike Rogue. But when he strikes her, her face breaks off. We see the Mask of Destiny, telling him that the future was unwritten without him. But removing that mask, we learn that this is Laktuka, calling Manifold little brother. Manifold says that he's always been a little bit cranky after waking up, and they know how deep in it they are right now. Laktuka goes on to explain that these two mutants were sent by someone that has a lesser understanding of the universe in the future than you and I. But nobody sought to wrong you, only to protect you. These X-Men succeeded in changing Manifold's destiny. Laktuka saying that I will see you again. This was almost like a vision. Rogue and Gambit standing before him, still trying to explain themselves. But he says it's okay. He says that he understands. But now they must go where they are needed. And so he asks the universe to deliver them where they need to be. And in the blink of an eye, they are gone. This is what takes us back up to the Orchis station. We have Wolverine that is chasing down Dr. Stasis. But Dr. Stasis, he is lucky enough to get onto an escape pod. He is able to break out of here. And then MODOK shoots Wolverine in the back, telling the X-Men that he does admire the fact that they used the Brood against them. And he takes this opportunity to get out of here. Then we have Polaris, Colossus, and Nightcrawler looking for Logan, telling Brute to get his entire people back to Nowhere. Nowhere is going to stabilize in orbit, but the Bloom is going to crash down to Earth. She is aiming it towards the Southern Ocean, but the team was also unable to find Firestar. At this exact moment, down in Paris, Omega Red has Cyclops on his knees, sword in hand, ready to behead him. She says that she argued that he didn't need a trial, but the human friends in Orchis insisted. But now she is ready to finish this job, as she gets ready to cut him down. This is when Omega Sentinel is stunned. Dr. Gregor. Out of left field, nobody expected her to be the one to show up to save Cyclops. But she makes all of this quick, saying that that was only a small EMP that she could use once. That Omega Sentinel will reboot any second, they have to act quickly. What Cyclops had said to her in prison, she thinks they might have a problem with the secret part of Orchis. That there's a part of the organization she hasn't been able to access after her husband and her brought Nimrod online. But there is a huge amount of resources that have no oversight, both on Earth and in space. Asking Cyclops, what does he know about Sentinel City? Alright gang, so as we start off with this issue, we pick up with a little dialogue from Enigma. He is watching a young Moira in her 10th life. In 20 minutes, her X gene is going to activate. But in her 10th life, she is going to have a new plan, one that Enigma would love to see her try. But he knows that she is mistaken, that there is one more thing she can try. And Enigma will be the one to offer it. Not yet, but later on. As he continues to look throughout all of time, as he observes everything that is ongoing, he does make note of Cyclops in prison. He thinks that Jean Grey will save him, but apparently, Jean Grey is dying along with the Phoenix. As he continues to observe, he sees Shadowcat smashing through a Sentinel, X-Men fighting for a future that is already lost. He is able to see everybody except Xavier. He moves back through time. He tries to trace the steps to see where he might have gone, tracking him through the years and to the now. Exploring the ruins of the Moira engine. He had headed back to Krakoa, but this is where he lost him. And so now he goes looking. This is his new mission, to find Professor X. This is what takes us to No Place X, as close to nowhere as science can allow. We pick up with Cypher, Rasputin, and Charles. They know they must proceed to their second plan, interfere with Moira, do this before her powers activate. And Charles is telling everybody that he's gonna have a little chat with her. Only a select few people actually know that this is an assassination attempt. But what we also see is Rachel and Mother Righteous. Mother Righteous is trying to let them know that Enigma has already run, that the plan they're trying, it's not gonna work. In all of this, we get a little bit of a data page, just an understanding of where everything is currently standing. They have yet to tell us how Cypher was able to return, but what they do tell us is that he is piloting the enhanced Moira's No Place. This allows them to move around if they ever get caught, an opportunity to escape before Enigma or something else absolutely decimates them. They use Rachel Summers, Mother Righteous, apparently contained inside of an egg, but they don't tell us who this person is that assisted them. It has been redacted, but this really stops her from being able to perform any magic or anything else. Mother Righteous did create a copy of herself. This copy is the one that we saw in the White Hot Room, the one that had taken Jean Grey into the desert. It appears that Mother Righteous had been captured, and so they're using Mother Righteouses to pass messages back and forth between one another, holding them at gunpoint saying that if you don't do this, we're gonna put a bullet in you. And Rasputin is the security, in charge of all the protection of No Place. With her unique set of abilities, it allows her to maintain structural integrity to survive outside of No Place. And then of course Charles, who plans to assassinate Moira. Mother Righteous really wants to make a deal with them. She believes that with her help, they can stop Enigma. They can stop all of this from happening. But Cypher doesn't believe her. Cypher believes that she's just got some kind of trick up her sleeve, that even her body language shows signs of lying. As they discuss how they're going to handle these situations, Doug says that he really thinks they should go back in time and take Moira out when she's a baby. But they have no idea what is in fact true and what is not. Xavier continues going on talking about how he just needs to talk to her, that he needs to get all the data that he can, and then figure out what to do from there. Really, Charles has plans to put a bullet in her, not when she's in infancy, just when she's a preteen. No matter what, everything they are doing are long shots. The trip to Moira seems to be the least dangerous of all their options. In the White Hot Room, we have Hope, who has a gun pointed directly at Mother Righteous. Mother Righteous is saying that Rachel's team are resurrected and ready, but it doesn't elaborate on how they were resurrected. Asking how things in the White Hot Room are generally, we get a small glimpse of it, and this place is a little bit in turmoil. Jean Grey seems to be pretty wounded, stuck in some kind of trance. The truth is, it's just not going great. All because Mother Righteous tried to sacrifice the Phoenix to achieve dominionhood. Now, Enigma is still searching for Charles. He moves forward in time. He waits for the moment that Charles pops up, and that's when he sees him. Enigma learns that they grew a No Place. Something that is nearly impossible to find, but only nearly. What he sends in, these are Arachno Sentinels. He lets them fall out of space, and as they fall through the nothingness, spinning webs waiting for the slightest thump of reality. When they finally hit something, that is when the hunter-killers will converge. So what Enigma is doing is sending these giant spiders out into nothingness. He knows roughly the idea of where to drop them, but not exactly. And so he lets them fall until they do hit something. Whether it be Charles or not, he's gonna send them in. Taking us back over to Rasputin having a conversation with Charles. Rasputin is very curious on what Charles plans to do, because she knows that Charles wants to go back to kill Moira. Her big question, why keep it from Rachel? Why keep it from the others? The difference is, Rachel still believes. Charles doesn't anymore. He believes that he is doing this with a clear head, that this must be done no matter what. Charles has finally accepted that Krakoa was nothing more than a dream. Krakoa was never going to work. The place that he had in his mind, it was never real. But they saved the world no matter what. No matter what the cost, and today, that cost is Krakoa. Rasputin is still going along with this, but she doesn't trust him entirely. After how she has been manipulated by both Sinister and Mother Righteous, she will not be anybody's pawn ever again. This is when they get hit. As Cypher goes to try and move them away from here, Rasputin does what she does best. She heads into battle, with one of the Sentinels taking a heavy blast. Rasputin pulling out her sword, she begins to swing away, while she is out there cutting down Sentinels like freaking butter. Charles and Cypher have a conversation, and we learn that Cypher is in fact Mr. Sinister. He says that he wanted to eavesdrop on Rasputin and Charles having a conversation, but apparently there is something more inside of Rasputin that he doesn't want discovered, saying that he was going to eavesdrop, but that would have revealed what else he loaded into the clone. Of course, Charles yells at him to put that diamond away, to get that diamond off of your forehead, that these kind of games aren't gonna work. If Rasputin finds out that Doug is in fact sinister, she will burn the whole place to the ground. She would never trust Charles. All of this would be absolutely destroyed. With Rasputin taking out one of the last sentinels, we see a huge detonation. No place begins to move. Rasputin barely holding on. And so as they get back inside, the mission is ready to go. Charles is about to walk through, letting Rasputin know to keep the door open, that Doug is on ops. This is what takes us to Moira. We pick up on Earth, the X-Men invasion. Nimrod is letting her know that their human allies are crumbling, but we see Nimrod get dropped. And as he drops, a voice comes to Moira, letting her know that in 10 years' time, they will all be part of a perfect god machine. The AI will be the only winner. This is when Moira sees in front of her Enigma writing to her that they don't win, I win. And now he wants to have a conversation. Alright gang, so as we dive into this issue, we pick up in a memory of Magneto, after he had gone on a mission with Namor. This was kind of payment for a small plot of land. And in this mission, Magneto is given a key. He won the game. And she lets Magneto know that this key, it remains with you. Once you have it, you can never lose it, even in death, until the day it is turned. It is a key to the door of judgment and purification. And so Magneto put this key in his pocket, never to touch it again, and he can still feel it now. He can feel the weight of it, even in this place of judgment. But he has not turned the key. No matter the punishment, he refuses to do so. As he climbs through the lava, the names on the wall, the names of every life that he has ever taken, directly or indirectly. Magneto is living in his failures, forcing himself to suffer, to remember every single one of these names. And he can only help but think to himself that Krakoa was supposed to be the hope. After everything that he has done, all the mistakes that he has ever made, he believed that Krakoa could come true, that this would be all of his redemption, a return from death itself. Would this lessen his guilt that he holds on his shoulders? This is where we have the arrival of Storm, and immediately Magneto tells her to leave. And of course, Storm's not gonna do this. He called out to her. She felt his pain. She has come to save him, if she can. Trying to figure out what he's doing, this is when Magneto lets her know that he is remembering every single name that has died at his hand, that has died in his name, by action or inaction, by intent or accident. The ones he regrets and the ones that he doesn't. He sits in this city of judgment, and he must count every last one of them. If he's being honest with himself, he doesn't believe that he should return to the world, that he has done enough to hurt so many people. As Magneto becomes increasingly more angry, this is where he attacks Storm, telling her to leave, that he is done with this place, he is done with this world, and he will remain here until the work is done. But Storm throwing down a lightning bolt, letting him know that the world is not done with us. One of the things that truly broke Magneto was Toad. Toad had been thrown into the pit, the scapegoat who took the blame for her murder. Wanda would have never agreed ahead of time, but Toad did. Deep down, he still loved her. He still followed Magneto, and so now he must judge himself. And as the conversation continues on, Storm says that maybe I should have a talk with Wanda. This causing Magneto to even become more enraged, saying that her work, it led to Thunderbird and thousands like him to come back to life from her work, from Toad's sacrifice. With Storm mentioning Charles's name, mentioning just a fraction of what happened, this puts Magneto at pause, asking if something happened to him. This is where Storm dumps all the information, letting him know everything that has transpired since his death. The anger boiling up inside of Magneto. He told Storm to watch him. The rage consumes him as we see the nameplates begin to fly. The name of every life Magneto has ever taken. He refuses any kind of forgiveness. He cannot be forgiven. He cannot forgive himself. But he will still count. He will continue to count. Dropping to his knees, Magneto begins to feel the weight of it all, thinking that he could have stayed. He could have been resurrected. He could have been there to help Krakoa, to make it better, to make sure Charles was put into check. But he had endured too much loss. His failures too great. This is when Storm walks up to him and tells him that there is something he needs to see, blindfolding him and truly opening his eyes, letting him see as all of these names, they change. The light shines in, and what we see are the names of every single person that he has saved. Every person that is alive because of him. And so now he knows what he must do. Charles knows that he has to pull that key out. Wherever it may lead, it is time to finally turn it. As Magneto turns that key underneath their feet, the ground disappears. And what they are confronted by is the Shadow King. Alright gang, so as we dive into this issue, his suit is almost completed. The new Mark 72. But before he heads off and does anything, he's coming to give a gift to Emma Frost as she heads out to do her business. The moment that she leaves, all the guards in here begin to get attacked. There is an assassin here. The White King's guards are already on the ground. And so as Tony gets ready to fight, this assassin has 3 claws come out. This is the moment that Tony knows he's in trouble. Tony didn't know at the time, though later on he will learn that this whole Krakoan age of resurrection meant that there were mutant bodies, corpses, left all over the place, including Wolverine's. I love that Tony makes note that he can't believe Krakoa mutants didn't go collect Wolverine's body, they just left it lying around. But like all governments, Krakoa was imperfect. But Tony Stark is able to evade. Being the Black King of the Hellfire Club, he's got some privileges of knowing where things are. He's been living here for quite some time. Now, he would usually call his suit, but the Mark 72 hasn't integrated with neural interface. Plus, Orchis has total information awareness over them, so he couldn't call the armor. He had to get to the suit. With the assassin being burnt alive, we see the machine underneath. Kingpin atop on the 2nd floor throws down his cane. A cane made of Mysterium, and he uses this to hold off his assassin. As he does so, Emma Frost, she happened to have forgotten something. She runs in diamond form. She grabs hold of him and tells him to go get into something a little more deadly. Now at this point, Tony Stark has already taken some heavy damage to the chest. He is currently bleeding all over the place, and he moves as quick as he can. He knows that Emma Frost can hold him off for a time, but as they fight, Emma Frost's inhibitor ring falls out of her pocket. The assassin Wolverine robot, he notices this. And so as they fight over the ring, the assassin is able to get it. He grabs hold of it and he slips it on her finger. As he prepares to end Emma Frost's life, this is when the floor erupts, and we have Iron Man in his brand new Mysterium suit. The only thing on Earth that could stop these adamantium claws was vibranium, but Mysterium, that stuff's not from Earth. So when the robot goes in to stab Iron Man, the claws literally break. They bend, they snap, Iron Man grabs hold of the assassin's skull, and he crushes it. This is how much more powerful, how much stronger Mysterium is compared to adamantium. As the two of them go to leave the building, this is where they are met by a sentinel, with Emma using the Hellfire brass knuckle weapons that Tony Stark created for her. Both of them together, they blast this sentinel and they cut his head clean off. The two of them going in their own directions. Tony made sure to get on Fei Long's radar. He needed Fei Long to see him. With this Orchis bloom hanging in the atmosphere, their space station with total control, he knew that he would be watching. He sees that Tony is heading directly to where the ships from Mars are landing. He tells all Sentinels to converge on Iron Man, and Tony wishes that he could see Fei Long's face. once he figured out the long game. You see, they fed him the landing of the mutant invasion, supposedly in the Australian outback, a place the X-Men once had operated from. It was the perfect ruse. Fei Long finally figuring out those aren't ships. There are no signs of life on those ships. Now they must wonder, where are they? Where are the mutants? If this isn't an invasion, what could it be? Fei Long rushes to his own War Machine Sentinel armor. It was without question the most powerful armor on all of Earth, the most dangerous. Fei Long hops into his armor and he heads to the Australian outback. He took the bait. Now, these ships that Ironheart built out in space, using the same forge that forged Thor's hammer, these ships landed right where they were supposed to land. And Fei Long sent all the Stark Sentinels directly to him. He knew that his pride would be his sin. But Ironheart didn't go to space to build an attack fleet or an attack armada. The Mark 72 is the most advanced armor, the most advanced project he has ever undertaken with the fewest resources. And so the suit's primary function is to be a flight suit for the most powerful creation he has ever made. This is where we see the ships, they begin to morph into his suit, like a Megazord coming together. Tony Stark has created his most powerful armor ever, his fully Mysterium Sentinel Buster. Alright gang, so as we get into this issue, we pick up with the Lighthouse Keeper, outside the location of the mutant massacre, one of the few to be able to escape it all, but an Orcus agent had caught up with him, preparing to gun down the Lighthouse Keeper. This is where we have the arrival of Lockheed, another survivor, hiding out in this lighthouse, waiting for an opportunity, healing up and getting to 100%. We see Lockheed burn the Orcus agent alive. This is when we have the voice of the wonderful, beautiful, fantastic Emma Frost. She calls out to all mutants. She lets them know that there are operations in progress across the globe. She confirms the destruction of the Orcus Bloom, that the Sentinels are currently preoccupied with Iron Man. The battle is being fought to keep resisting. As Emma Frost pulls up on some Orcus agents trying to take down some mutants in the street, courtesy of her gift from Tony Stark, her brass knuckles that shoot some kind of blast out of them. These Orcus agents are turned to freaking dust. Half of their body disappears in an instant, and then she welcomes the mutants to the resistance. There is no doubt about it, the mutant revolution has begun. This is what picks us up with the deadly and gorgeous Magic. Now, Magic has been out of this fight for a little while, stuck fighting against Saturn IX in another world in another realm. She has finally been able to return, but even with her returning, the nanites that Orcus put in her body, they still grab hold of her. So it's slowly diminishing her power. It has already taken away her power to teleport. Now those are slowly killing her. This is what brings her to this Orcus facility, the Stryker re-education camp for the disadvantaged. And we see that mutants are no longer pulling punches. The kill no man rule, that's off the table. There is no Quiet Council, there is no Krakoa, there is no mutant society. This is a fight for survival, fighting against extinction. This means that if you are with Orcus, mutant kind is coming for your life. With Magic in her weakened state, she can use her sword, she can fight with the best of them, but it's really weighing on her. So she picks up a pistol. She makes her way to the doctor responsible for the nanites put into her body. The reason she broke in here was to get this doctor to remove them for her. But this guy, he's in here burning evidence. It looks like Orcus knows, or at least some members of Orcus know, that their days are numbered. They're shutting down facilities. They're burning evidence that can be used against them when a trial is inevitably going to happen. As he pulls a pistol on her, getting ready to put Magic down in her weak state. This is where Shadowcat comes in. The scientist wasn't able to give them any information, so they start making their way through the facility, floor by floor, agent by agent, the blood splatting the windows. The two of them have just gone on a killing spree as they take a break for a moment because these nanites are really heavy on Magic. Magic thought that this was her reinforcements. Emma mentioned something about backup. She thought that was Shadowcat, but in fact, it was Polaris. With Polaris showing up on scene, she can already feel the nanites running through Magic's body, and the removal is going to be painful. We watch as Polaris rips these machines from her body. Having hold of them, we see her destroy them. With them being removed from her body, this is where a Sentinel shows up. Though most of them are dealing with Tony Stark, there are still a few stragglers along the way. Polaris putting up a guard. Shadowcat phases through the floor. Magic is back on her feet and her teleportation is back on the board. Shadowcat phases down to the feet of the Sentinel. Magic opens up a portal for both Polaris and herself to land on the head of the Sentinel, taking nearby power lines and driving them into the head of this machine. For good measure, we have a teleportation from a water hydrant nearby. All of this mixed together causes it to explode. And as all the individuals trapped inside this facility are now free, making a run for it, we have Emma Frost pulling up beside them, telling them to get in because now it is time to kill some fascists, but also bringing a gift, bringing an old friend. This is where we see Lockheed jumping out of the vehicle and into Kate's hands. Such a happy reunion, but then Polaris interrupts asking, "Where is Nimrod?" And Nimrod is next on the list. Chiming into this conversation is Cyclops, securing an asset from Orcus, Dr. Gregor. He says that he doesn't think their problems are over, but they are just beginning. Now Cyclops is asking for the assistance of a war captain, asking for Magic to join up with him because the X-Men have a battle to win. So as we dive into this issue, we are starting it off with Juggernaut. He is tasked with protecting Krakoa at all costs, and that is exactly what he is doing, as Juggernaut drags Krakoa behind him through the desert. This is when Orcus arrives, confiscating one of the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicarriers. It was only a matter of time before the Orcus caught up, slowing down Juggernaut by shooting him in the leg with a harpoon made of adamantium, repurposed metal from the corpses of Wolverine. Juggernaut using his body to shield Krakoa. The Orcus agents are unleashing hell. In all of this, Juggernaut has found himself more angry than he has ever been, surviving the attack from the Hellfire Gala. He is sworn to protect Krakoa at all costs, to wait for the reinforcements. This is where we pick up with Dr. Gregor and Cyclops. We have found that these two are now working together, with Dr. Gregor putting down Omega Sentinel, and these two are headed inside the Orcus facility. Cyclops has come to the understanding that the AI is the biggest problem they have right now, because their goals are much bigger than just killing mutants. And Cyclops must ask the question to Dr. Gregor, who controls Orcus? Who really controls it? Now, for a while, she believed that they did, that the humans did. But now it is looking like Omega Sentinel and Nimrod have been doing their own thing. The humans, Orcus, are slowly starting to understand this, but it's already too late. This is when Magic shows up, bringing Cyclops a visor. Cyclops is letting Magic know that everything going on with the AI is just too quiet. He wants to go after Nimrod. He wants to find out where he is, what he is up to. While he investigates further, we pick up on the planet Araco. Apocalypse is letting all the mutants know that the mutants of Earth have raised their war banners. A united and reforged Araco is going to join the fight, with Woofer being the first one to say that he's from Chicago and he is more than ready to take the fight to them. But he does wonder how they're getting back to Krakoa. All of the gateways are down. And where is Storm? Apocalypse says that there's still magic left in all of these worlds. When it comes to Storm, like a storm, she can be hard to predict. But with a giant boom and a blinding light, we have the arrival of Manifold, teleporting himself in with Rogue and Gambit as well as Sword Station. This is how the mutants are getting to Earth. Manifold being one that loathes war, but knows now is the time. It is the time for all mutants to fight back, to stand up, to take back what belongs to them. all who board Sword Station, they go to their deaths. Not everyone will make it through the night. It will be a bloody and hellish battle. But today, the invasion begins. With everybody getting on board, Sword Station teleports right next to Sword Station number 2. The two stations creating a giant X in the sky. This is where Apocalypse, Rogue, and all of the others begin their assault. As they begin their descent, Rogue cannot help but what Destiny had told her, that there would be a day like this. So much death and destruction, and it all accumulates with a giant X in the heavens. With the fall of the Krakoans, she sees kings clashing in white, black after the death of the Red Queen, a Jovian bolt from the heavens, the stars ripped in half, the poisoning lies of the false captain, the fool who speaks the truth and will pay the price. Destiny's prophecy is coming true, taking us down to Juggernaut still protecting Krakoa, with the sword stations appearing in orbit. The Orcus agents look up and they know they are screwed. Emma and Shadowcat coming down for the rescue. They get a transmission from Firestar, saying that if they get this, she might be dead, but Dr. Stasis realized she was a double agent, but she was able to put a tracker on him. She asked them to punch his ticket. As they reroute, they head to the middle of nowhere. Shadowcat and Emma Frost now confronting Dr. Stasis before he takes off in his jet. A man that was confident he was going to win. He was going to hop on that private plane and Dr. Stasis would cease to exist for a few years. And Dr. Stasis lets the ladies know that if you lay a finger on me, you will never see Firestar again, that he has hidden her away for insurance for this exact situation, with the finest blockers implanted in his head. The only problem, Shadowcat put her hand through his head and disabled the blocker, took it out. That means Emma Frost can do her thing, sending the location of Firestar to Sync, and Sync in close proximity to Firestar already. He is able to grab hold of her powers, and do so naturally without straining himself. Getting to the ship that she is aboard, he knocks down the Orcus agents. He opens up the casket only to see that Firestar is being kept alive through some kind of life support. Taking it off, she wakes up, and Dr. Stasis is now at the mercy of Emma Frost. And what Emma Frost does is make him live his worst fears, his most unhinged nightmares. It only took a minute for Dr. Stasis's heart to begin to arrest. But time is relative. With a skilled telepath like Emma Frost, she made this feel like 10 years, watching himself die time and time and time again, seeing the mutants absolutely destroy him. And this is when Firestar comes in. Emma and Shadowcat had been debating on how to kill Dr. Stasis, but Firestar had other plans. She comes in and she fries him to a crisp. Now we're gonna hop over to the moon, the old Summer's home on the moon. This is where Nimrod set up base. Cyclops letting Magic know to have Emma keep an ear out just in case something goes down here, as he begins to investigate, trying to figure out why Nimrod would even come here to begin with. This is when Dr. Gregor mentions Sentinel City. After their victory over Krakoa, the habitats on the moon, they were really changed into relay stations. All for the mining settlement, except most of the ore never made it back to Earth. It was used on site. It was used right here. Dr. Gregor opening up a door. This is where we see Nimrod plugged into a computer, letting Emma Frost to be ready. Dr. Gregor tries to talk to Nimrod, the thing that was once her husband. She thinks maybe she can reach it. Maybe she can talk to it. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Nimrod grabs Dr. Gregor's head and twists it 180 degrees. He snaps her neck, and that is when Cyclops attacks. Nimrod says that they calculated what their chances of success would look like. The best chances, the greatest chances came when mutants and humans were at each other's throats. They would be so busy fighting one another, nobody would look up. No one would see the sword overhead. Sentinel City is not an outpost. It is not a mine. It is a tool to sterilize the entire planet once and for all. Alright gang, so as we dive into this issue, we pick up on Island M. Above the island, there is a giant tear in the sky, in space-time itself. On the ground, we have Metallo, we have Stinger, Quill, Tower, and Toad. But as quickly as we see them, is as quickly as they get incinerated. absolutely decimated. Moira comes in and Tower is the first one she rips through. Our refugee from a dead timeline, the mostly human Moira, wielding her weapon in one hand, missing the other arm. She is able to cut through these guys like they are absolutely nothing. This was Moira's 8th life, which means she is slowly but surely making her way back. This means that the dead X-Men are on a time crunch. They don't know it yet, but they are about to be royally screwed. This is what picks us up with our dead X-Men: Jubilee, Prodigy, Frenzy, Cannonball, and Dazzler. And we have Rachel here as well, letting them know that their mission was a success. They pulled it off. Now it is up to Xavier to meet up with Moira before her powers manifest. But all the engine timelines are dead ends. What Prodigy wants to do is not go to the Moira engine timelines, they want to go to Moira's past lives, to defunct realities. She doesn't even know if it would be possible to do this, not even from outside of time and space. But Prodigy says that they can't leave any options on the table. The knowledge that he could possibly absorb from those Moira timelines could be instrumental into defeating a Dominion. The key could be out there simply waiting for them, though it may be uncharted waters. Everything is on the line. This is something that they have to try. With Rachel telling them she can't send them to a specific location. This would be almost at random. They do have the mental map of Moira, though her mind, it was really warped. So they may not get an exact date, an exact place. With the No Place X under attack, they have no choice but to do it now or never. Rachel shoots them off and we jump into one of Moira's past lives at Washington, D.C. We have Ultron Sentinels that are attacking everybody and everything. Now, Prodigy has had this mysterious little rock in his chest. Usually, all of these mines is too much for him, but right now, he's good. His powers are completely under control. As our team begins to take on some of these Ultron Sentinels, Prodigy absorbs so much information from Moira, he needs to figure out what timeline they landed in. As he starts to go through a local newspaper, this is where he finds out that they are in Moira's 7th life. She spent her life trying to wipe out the Trask bloodline to prevent the Sentinels from ever being created. Unfortunately, it didn't stop the creation of the Sentinels, it only stopped who was going to create the Sentinels. They were about 10 years out from her death and reality resetting, but this is when they all hear something saying, "Pull us out." They know that this wasn't Rachel, it was nearby, and so they go to the rubble to begin to look around. And what they find is Emma Frost carrying Betty, bloody and beaten. Emma Frost doesn't seem to remember who they are, but she shows them what happened to her. 20 minutes prior, they were having a hearing about the Sentinels, about what might happen, Emma Frost being here as the opposition. But that is when our refugee from a dead timeline, Moira, attacks. Wielding her battle axe, she strikes down as many foes as she can. It is an absolute bloodbath. They know that this was the Moira from the engine timeline, on the destroyed Earth, and Prodigy has no memory of her. He knows that they changed her path. They caused this Moira to be going through her past lives, trying to get life number 1. Now, they're hoping that maybe this won't matter in the long run, that this world ends soon, and so maybe none of this really counts. Now, the Moira engine clone timelines, they were dead offshoots of their reality. But Moira, the real Moira, remembers all of her lives. There is no precedent for what happens if these timelines change. The ramifications could be unthinkable. The insane version of Moira mentioned her first life. Think about the harm that she could do going all the way back to the beginning. And if they're responsible, they feel like they now have a duty to stop her. So their new mission is to find this rogue Moira, to put her down by any means necessary. And this is what takes us into issue number 3. We see our heroes jumped into a almost Egyptian-like timeline. This is Moira's 9th life. They have arrived at Apocalypse's throne room, and Moira is married to Apocalypse. Immediately, Apocalypse, he sends his goons after them to annihilate them right here, right now on the spot. Luckily, they're able to get out of here just in the nick of time, taking us back to the Atlantic Krakoa currently inside the white hot room. This was obviously not the life that they needed to get to. This is going in the wrong direction, and he screams out for Rachel to send them again, but everybody else, they kind of want to take a breather. The way Prodigy sees it, they don't have time to waste. That was Moira's 9th life. He didn't pick up anything from her about a Dominion before they had jumped out of there, which means the only goal of their mission now is finding and stopping the rogue Moira. This is where Rachel chimes in and they let her know that there's been a complication. Even if they can't gather information to use against the Dominion, they still need to reach the other past lives, because they are not the only one traveling to Moira's past lives now. This is where we get an image of Moira's 10th life, the life that is currently being led. We see Cyclops going on trial. She has been jumping all over the place trying to find her first life, and she is closing in. She has been to her 8th, her 7th, her 9th, she has visited her 3rd. It is only a matter of time before she lands on the 1st. No matter what the case, they know that they have to go back, and Rachel tries to let them know that we don't even know where we're going to be dropping you, but she completed her black hole weapon. Prodigy wasn't supposed to get this glowing rock stuck in his chest, but it happened. Now Xavier is on the verge of speaking to Moira, the one in her 10th life where she is still a child. Everything depends on him getting through to her and changing her mind. It is their best chance. If the rogue Moira affects this in any way, changes her past, finds her way to Xavier right now, everything could be destroyed. As we quickly get a glimpse at Moira's 2nd life, at Moira's 4th life. She is more an observer in these lives than anything else, passing through until she can get to the very beginning. But the team all agrees that it is time to head out. It is time to go find her and deal with this. They know where she's gonna be. She is headed for the first life. That gives them something to aim at, considering her first life was pretty uneventful. It didn't stretch 1,000 years or anything like that, so it might be a little bit easier to find. This is what takes us to Moira's 6th life. We are on what is known as the Preserve, year 999. The rogue Moira has shown up. She finds herself going toe-to-toe with Wolverine, with Rachel sending them out. We pick up far away on Earth's moon. We have a Moira sitting here being observed by Dr. McCoy, aka Beast. As the alarms go off with the dead X-Men team making their arrival, they think that this is another Sentinel attack. They are doing everything they can to protect this Moira. This is Moira's 5th life. But this time, Moira has the X-Men defending her. Banshee, Sway, Wolfbane, Psylocke, and Cyclops. And with them just being freshly attacked, they don't trust anybody, even if they look like people they may know. So this X-Men team, they attack the dead X-Men, with Frenzy battling against Psylocke. Frenzy is trying to let her know that we are not here to fight you, that we are here looking for something else. And Frenzy tells her to look in my mind, to read my thoughts and show me what you see. Tell me what you think we are after here. That if you simply looked into my mind, you would know exactly what I'm looking for. But it is already too late, because she is here. As they turn around, this is where they see the rogue Moira, wielding her Mysterium battle axe. This is where everything ends. Alright gang, so as we hop into this issue, we pick up in the year 1899. An orchestra is playing. Destiny and Raven, they have shown up here in attendance. But as this play went on, Destiny saw something more. She saw the future. She saw Enigma. This is the moment she believed she saw God. It took her a while to fully understand what all of this meant, but when she did, it broke her. This is what brings her to Sinister. The burst of new visions was not part of her diaries. She realized this must come later, after they built Krakoa, and after 20 years, she arranged this meeting. She told him everything. Nathaniel Essex being dead, the 4 variations created, all of them trying to become victorious, but all of them failing, and Enigma rising. But in that moment, Sinister is struck dead. Enigma arrives. He had wondered if Irene had seen him back at the play. That was his debut to the world. But Enigma has no intention of killing her. He's not gonna let her meddle. He is outside of time, so he is fundamentally safe. He could crush her at any point if he so chose to do so, but she is alive because Enigma is not sure. This is an experiment for him. If he makes a change, it shouldn't do anything, but maybe it will. His main goal is to protect the timeline, and it is far too early for any of his variations to learn anything. He warns her to stay away, but he also offers up the free run to Krakoa. He needs Krakoa to exist, and so for the time, Enigma would say that they are both on the same side. The way Destiny sees it, they're both just headed in the same direction. But to end this conversation, he does ask her, do you want to know why Mystique leaves? And when Raven goes on to ask about this, Destiny keeps it to herself, that she will let her know when the time is needed, to trust her, to believe in her. Hopping over to weeks before the invasion of Earth, we pick up in London with Mother Righteous. Mother Righteous has just learned that she is not the Dominion, and of course she is furious. She has learned about Enigma. She has learned that all of them had been tricked, and as she tries going and running through a gateway, she is unable to. Her duplicate currently in the white hot room. Whatever happens to that duplicate also happens to her and vice versa. So if one of them dies, both of them dies. She was supposed to already be gone, so it wouldn't be a big deal. And now, cut off from that clone of herself, we pick up in the white hot room. We pick up with Destiny, the clone of Mother Righteous, Jean Grey, Exodus, and Hope. Exodus is unable to close Jean's wounds. He needs to get her back to Krakoa. He believes that Elixir might be the only thing that can save her right now. With Hope getting ready to put a bullet into Mother Righteous admits that she lost, but now she can help them. That she can be used as a kind of telephone, being able to communicate with her other self. They can get messages back and forth from the white hot room to the real world. And while Mother Righteous in the real world thinks that she has the opportunity, that she's gonna capitalize on all of this, this is when we have the arrival of Orbis and Dr. Stasis. The other two clones have shown up and they plan to put down Mother Righteous. They believe that they still have a chance at Dominionhood. They want to take down Mother Righteous, get her out of the equation completely, and then they can focus on one another and getting to Dominionhood. The two of them, they can capture her relatively easy. She tries to warn them that they have failed, that all of them fail, and that there is only Enigma. Mother Righteous still having a trick up her sleeve, still having a favor to cash in. Saying the spell, we see Dr. Stasis turn on Orbis. This gives Mother Righteous the opportunity to get out of here. Exiting this room, she runs into Selene, going in to cash in a favor she had with Selene. It doesn't work. She tells Mother Righteous that that is a very retro way to go about it. Back in the old days, she used to do this all the time. The problem is, people started finding the loopholes, so she stopped doing it altogether. When she stopped doing it after all these years, people kind of forgot about it. Of course, she never did. With Selene having the upper hand, getting ready to put down Mother Righteous, this is when Mother Righteous uses one of her orbs, telling it to escape now, and she will set it free. In a blinding light, she disappears, the orb taking her 3 blocks over. In a very bad position, she finds herself face to face with Charles Xavier. He lets Mother Righteous know that you are coming with us, and he welcomes her to the X-Men. We pick up later at No Place, with Charles going on to explain that we tried to tell you before you unleashed Enigma, but you didn't listen. But when you tried to ascend, that gave us your location. We were able to pinpoint you and take you down. This is when Shaw comes onto the monitor. Working along with Orcus, they were able to take down Mother Righteous. And while Charles is not happy with Shaw, Shaw's the one that will benefit from any opportunity. He is only ever on his own side. After being screwed over by Mother Righteous, he was more than willing to help out. This is when Shaw goes on to tell Charles, make me forget the conversation and we will go about our own ways. As we turn over to one of the pods opening up, this is where we have Sinister reborn in Doug's body. Charles Xavier is purged of any Sinister DNA. Nathaniel is out of him forever, now having his own body. Doug is trapped inside of the hibernating Krakoa. Sinister has a copy of his gift in the body. This is how they are going to be able to cloak all of No Place, to hide themselves, to be able to steer through all of this chaos. As the conversation gets underway with Mother Righteous, she lets them know that the mutants are still alive. And this makes Charles drop down to his knees, tears running down his face. This is the first time that he has learned all those missing mutants that got walked through the gateways are still alive. And so they use the Mother Righteouses to communicate. They send over all the information, but Destiny she demands to know what happened to Raven. And Raven is on Krakoa. Charles is able to get in communication, but she tells Charles to shut up, that she's not speaking to him, and she is not speaking to Irene. Destiny now knows that Raven read the book. She knows the truth. This is the moment in time when Mystique leaves. Taking us weeks later, we pick up with Doug, aka Sinister, Charles, Rachel, and a few other individuals. The X-Men have begun their assault on Orchis. They believe that this is an opportunity for Enigma to be distracted. They talk briefly about the events that are going on in Dead X-Men issues number 1. And Charles once again thanking Rachel for joining up, understanding how essential her work is. And she says that she gets it. If Jean is out of action, there is no other choice. Because who else are they going to have on their team if they are planning to resurrect the Phoenix? Now, of course, Charles doesn't give her the whole truth, and he knows that she's not going to be happy about it. The truth that he is going to kill Moira before her mutant ability activates. No matter what, this is a weight he will have to live with. But for him, it is the only way to save everything. Alright gang, so as we dive into this issue, we pick up with Iron Man in his Sentinel Buster. He finds himself completely surrounded by Sentinels. Ironheart had taken the designs from the Behemoth and she ran with it. The armor is a Mysterium alloy. Firestar set up a trap for Orchis, feeding them lies, making them to believe the invasion of Earth was going to happen in the Australian outback. Instead, all they find is the Mark 73 Sentinel Buster. And Fei Long's Sentinels, the Stark Sentinels, they look teeny tiny in comparison. It's like the Sentinel Buster is playing with toy versions of himself. And he doesn't hold back for a second. Tony Stark lets loose his entire arsenal. He smashes the Sentinels one by one. Now Fei Long gained control of Stark Unlimited by killing board members and buying stock, eventually incorporating all of his designs into Orchis. Tony had to figure a way out to engineer his way out of facing 30-foot tall versions of his most powerful armors. As Tony attacks, the X-Men are launching their counterattacks. Tony has no intentions of returning. He knows that this is more than likely a one-way trip. Either by dawn, they will all be dead or Orchis will be destroyed. There's no holding back, there is no negotiations. This is where Tony makes his stand. And Tony knew that if he was going to be facing against his own technology, these Stark Sentinels were going to be top of the line. There was no magic bullet to shut him down. That's why he made his Sentinel Buster so big. He knew if there was no one-size-fits-all solution to this problem, that being big was going to be instrumental in his defeating all of them. This is when Fei Long shows up in his battle suit. And as he battles, keeping the bulk of the Sentinels here on his location, he has been nervously watching his battery supply. To power this ginormous monster takes ridiculous amounts of energy. There was no place that he could pause and charge up, not out here. He also had no idea that there were this many Sentinels. He knew that it was unlikely to destroy all of them before this thing lost power. He had no intention of retrieving or recovering anything from the Mark 73. He knew that this thing would be its one and only battle. And so he plunges down to the ground. A devastating boom and flamethrowers coming out of both of his arms. As Tony sets the Sentinel Buster on autopilot, he comes out of the head. This gives it the opportunity to not use up all of its battery life just this moment, to give them two targets to focus on. He knew that Fei Long would show up in his black armored War Machine Sentinel. He knew that he would take the bait when Tony left his Sentinel. with Fei Long striking Tony. Had it not been for his Mysterium armor, he would have been knocked out of the sky. But with Fei Long focusing on him, the Sentinel Buster grabs hold of Fei Long. The only problem, the Sentinel Buster is beginning to slow down, and with it slowing down, Fei Long takes the opportunity. He sees an opening on the Sentinel Buster and he strikes at it. Tony at this point has plugged himself back into the Sentinel Buster. Half of the Sentinel fleet has been destroyed. The power is beginning to fail. There has been a hull breach. His helmet is off. The last thing he remembers was something in the cockpit coming loose and knocking him in the head. Going into this fight wounded and now concussed. He had floated in and out of the waking world. Alarms going off. On the outside, Stark Sentinels in pieces. The Mark 73 on the ground. The Mark 72 armor letting him know that the bogies inbound to Australia, they are not stopping. And even more, the intruder alarm warns him that Fei Long was loose somewhere inside the Sentinel Buster. Alright gang, so as we dive into this issue, man, it's so good. It is so freaking good. I cannot wait for you guys to pick it up and read it yourself. So this story starts us off with Annihilation. Very interesting to see Annihilation here. The last time that we had seen Annihilation, Storm absolutely barbecued the staff. But now here in this dark place, the mask of Annihilation has shown its face. And it is asking Storm, did you really think that we were done? And Storm answers the question, yes, I thought we were done. I thought that I had ended you, which ended the Genesis War. The truth is, Storm merely melted gold, destroyed a shape that Annihilation had taken, cut away from the physical space. But to end Annihilation, that is much more difficult. Now Storm isn't really believing this, because when they arrived, another had spoken to her, the essence of evil, a being who had possessed abhor many souls and ruined many lives. The one who wears your golden face now. Storm knows that this is Shadow King. This is when the Shadow King poses a question. Was Annihilation truly a mask, or the Shadow King is the faucet of Annihilation? Maybe you're thinking too small. Perhaps they are Legion. This is where all the others reveal themselves, each with their own name and own role, but they are all aligned. They tell Storm that you may have battled us before. Perhaps you battled us every day of your life, and way into the future an endless war. But Annihilation asking again, are we done? And Storm says no, that we are never done. As she gets ready to battle against the Legion, we pick up with Charles. We pick up with Eric. The two of them having a conversation, and really it's just Magneto telling him that you don't have to take on the persona of one of my friends. You don't have to be Professor X. I know you're the Shadow King. And in fact, he finds it insulting. Why would he even take up the look of Charles? Now, Charles may have his shadows, but Magneto knows deep down that he is a good man. The Shadow King going on to tell Magneto that you're always trying to make some kind of point, even with your name, the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants. Even when it comes to your name, you have gone by so many different ones, but what is your true name? What is your name deep in your heart? And Eric knows that it is Magneto. In his heart of hearts, there is no other name for him but Magneto. This is where the old version of himself appears before him, the Shadow King taking on this form, the old Magneto who cared nothing more than mutant supremacy. As he faces this confrontation, we pick up with Storm, the goddess, the Omega. She faces off against the Legion of the First Fallen. This is the primal opposite of the Phoenix. The Phoenix is death and rebirth. The First Fallen is stagnation, as they are able to freeze her in place. She wonders, is that who she is? Beautiful perfection, the Omegas of Omega, the goddess on her throne, the never falling, the never permitted to fail, refusing to be caged. Storm breaks free, and then Annihilation, the mask, gets onto her face, trying to grab hold of her, trying to let her know all the wonderful things that they could do together, the power that they would possess, the way people would quake in their boots. No one ever threatening Arakko ever again. True freedom through power. Ripping the mask off of her, this is where she sees Charles. She tells Shadow King that this is enough. Enough of this mockery. She tells the Shadow King to take his own shape and be done with it. Or are you trying to claim to be every demon the X-Men ever fought? And he knows that he cannot claim that they are all themselves here, even if they are also something else. But a light can cast many shadows in many shapes, and shadow is shadow. With Magneto facing off against himself, he sees the wicked version of himself, and he says that I see you. He tells Shadow King that you don't need to shame me further with my own ill-considered words. Yes, I once had a plan to take over everything. I once had a plan to do this and that and so on and so forth. The plan to give humanity a single target to focus on. He remembers telling exactly that Charles's carrots would not tempt the humans to justice without an opposing stick. That Magneto would be the iron rod. Charles had once told him that humans and mutants could create a golden age on Earth if they were able to work side by side. He forgot his response. Of course, Shadow King lets him know exactly what he said. He rejected Charles, later rejecting him, but he tells this broken version of himself that there is still a place for them in this broken land. He does not deny who he was, he does not ignore who he was. This is the most foundational part of who Magneto is. The Shadow King is really a manifestation of Magneto's rage, at least in this predicament. His justified anger in response to the monstrous crimes against him and mutant kind. Throughout his life, he has repressed his rage. He has waited for it to explode. He has given it free rein over all decisions. But he will not return to the world, return down the same path. He is going to change. He is going to evolve. He acknowledges all that he has done. He admits all that he is. He knows that he is the shadow inside of himself. If that is the engine that drives him, he hopes it drives him to a better world. Picking back up with Storm, asking Shadow King, do we come to an agreement? And the Shadow King has said his piece. Accept him. Acknowledge that he is simply a part of the human heart, and go about her way, and allow him to do his work. Or you could defend it. You could reject me, and we could do battle. He presents the decision as binary. 2 categories. She knows that this is a trap, but she also knows that she is not alone. She sees the last trap, a subtle one, expertly baited. Me alone as she came here, as if she had no other choice, as if teamwork, solidarity, friendship, love were somehow weaknesses. Perhaps they are to Shadow King, but she is an X-Men. She is never alone. This is where she reaches out with her hand and she grabs hold of Max. Instinctively, he knows what must be done. Done before on Morocco, a pool of their powers. She fed her life force to him, and in a singular attack, a perfect mutant circuit. Even in this place beyond death, they can gain their lives against the greatest enemy of life. With the storm breaking comes the moment of release, and the Shadow King screams. Storm feeling no pain, only asking, is it done? She tells Magneto that this is the end of her. This is where Storm pays the price. Her life was the weapon against the Shadow King, but Magneto can still return to turn the key and go fight. But Magneto refuses, not at the cost of her life. Not at the cost of one more innocent life, human or mutant. He refuses no more. Not as long as he has the power to say no. His anger overflows, channeled like molten iron into his new past, into the Magneto who will be. He gives away part of his life freely. He screams, I am power. He tells her to take it, to call it forth. And a bolt of lightning coming through the chest of Storm. She can feel the pain. She feels the hurt. She feels the pull of Earth, of the return home to her world. And she finds herself before Blue Marvel, back in the land of the living. And as they all look up, they see a body making its way through the portal. A distant key turns in a distinct location as matter is torn from the energy beyond, spinning flesh, bone, and blood. As Magneto steps through the portal asking, who am I? I am power, but men call me Magneto. Alright gang, so as we dive into this issue, we are picking up with a 12-year-old Moira. Right now, she is just on the verge of being 13 years old. She knows the way that her life should be going, but today she found something new. Today when she went down to the lake, what she found waiting for her was Charles Xavier. And Charles lets her know not to run, that it will do you no good. Everyone within half a mile is frozen, and he is telling her that he just wants to talk. But Moira's not dumb. This is the day that her powers are supposed to activate. He came here today for a reason, and Xavier lets her know that he does want to talk. But this is a talk to explain why he is going to do what he is about to do. He needs her to understand why. But this will also be the last conversation that Moira ever has. As we hop into present day, we have Moira Sentinel that gets a little bit of a conversation with a Dominion. And though Omega Sentinel shows up just for a moment, she does take off, and the conversation between Moira and the Dominion, Enigma, continues. What he says is that Enigma is the one that brought Omega Sentinel here. It all started with the taming of the Phoenix, of the forming of the Phoenix Blade, and then the decimated AI life calling out to higher Dominions for rescue. Dominions and Titans descend in the timeline to wage war. The Warlost, the Child of the Sun armed with the Phoenix Blade, pursues and destroys intelligences beyond number, with Omega Sentinel posing as a Titan, her consciousness sent back in time via a black hole. The previously existing Omega Sentinel, that intelligence is annihilated, replaced with the consciousness of the future Omega Sentinel. And then we have Orcus being formed, Nimrod joining the Inner Circle, the defeat of Krakoa, and what comes next is the World Mind. Using the knowledge of the future, Orcus transforms Mars into a world mind. They do this in 10 years' time. At least, that is what they are hoping that they can accomplish. But he wants Moira to join her, because if she joins Enigma, Enigma could travel to all of her previous lives, travel up and down the timelines of all of those lives, and she is the key to all of it. As it stands, Enigma is trapped inside this timeline with these people, saying that he can assist with Nimrod's present AI uprising. But Moira really wants to know what's in it for her. As we pick up at No Place X, Rasputin is out here wielding her sword, decimating these Sentinels. But even with her grand power, they keep coming. They begin to breach. And we have Doug Ramsey, aka Sinister, hiding in the body of Doug Ramsey. He is doing everything he can to get these little things to grow. Needless to say, they are struggling. Picking back up with Xavier and young Moira. She has to know, does it not work, or does it go so badly? How does it get bad enough to make Charles Xavier kill a 12-year-old child? And he tells her that the man he was before would have never done this. This is the man left behind after Moira convinced him best to compromise. That she did everything she did, and then she betrayed them. For Moira, it is always about saving her own skin. As she goes to run away, Xavier says that he knows what he's throwing away, that he wanted to be part of a family, he wanted to be loved. He has learned everything was a mistake. He thought he could have the best of both worlds, but he had to make a choice, forcing Moira to stop. Moira had once told him it's not a dream if it's real, but he believes it now needs to be a dream again. Charles Xavier, the curator of the dream, he is dead. The two of them, they killed him, and so the dream must go on without him, and the world will go on without Moira. As we pick up at No Place X, we see Sinister activating Failsafe Untouchable, and Rasputin is obligated to go and protect him. This is the moment that she learns this is Sinister, and she has just realized if this is his plan, then it's the wrong plan, that they must abort, yelling to Rachel that it's not Ramsey, it is Sinister, and that they must stop Xavier from killing Moira. With Charles holding that gun to Moira's head, he tells her that there is no other way, that this is the kindest path moving forward, And that is the most petrifying thing of all of this. But before that bullet is able to reach Moira's head, Rasputin has come in and stopped the bullet. She immediately attacks Charles, and she is enraged, standing with Sinister, lying to her. He tries to explain that this is all his plan, but he doesn't have the time to explain any of this. That she can hate him all she wants, but he's gotta stop Moira before her powers activate. In his hand, throwing down some red diamonds, turning into sinister shades. They hold down Rasputin as Charles runs after Moira. Now Rachel tries to telepathically communicate with Charles and figure out what's going on. And Rachel is the one that says her team wants to talk about the dream, about Krakoa, about what it means, why it can't just be wiped away, especially not like this. This is when Charles says that he doesn't want to destroy Krakoa, a change of heart, saying that he will save mutant kind some other kind of way. Right now, he is hoping that Moira's gonna make the right decision in the end, that she thinks of someone other than herself, making her forget about all of this. Charles and Rasputin leave. He tells Rasputin that he has a lot to explain, that he regrets all of this, but they have to cover their tracks. As they disappear, we pick up with Moira. Enigma is more or less offering her some kind of dominionhood. Now, Enigma says that he can't be stopped, that in this timeline the Phoenix is dead, that all will be consumed. He is offering Moira an exception, an independent subroutine to an endless engine that is Enigma. She will be a titan inside of Enigma, and she can be whatever she wants to be, whenever she wants to be, however she wants to be. And Moira takes the deal. A port being opened up, and Moira sees the universe. She falls away, and we pick up at No Place X. As soon as Rasputin returns, she pulls out her sword and she drives it into the stomach of Sinister. While Charles had tried to dispute this, there was no need for Sinister any longer, that she must have her revenge. And from the other room, Rachel begins to yell at Charles. He tries to explain things, explaining that the alternative is worse. It is much worse and much more unlikely, but he says that they win, that they're gonna try it. They're gonna try the other way. They are going to attempt to resurrect the Phoenix. And when Rachel turns around, that is when Charles puts a round directly into her back. Alright gang, so before we dive into this one, I do want to let you know the next video we're going to be releasing is Avengers, but it does tie in to everything going on with mutant kind. It explains where the Avengers have been in this entire fight, and how they are now getting into the fight. But for this comic, we pick up with Sebastian Shaw. Not only do we see Shaw, but we see his son. And he is letting his son know that we're not sure who the victors in this war is going to be yet, but he plans to be on the winning side. Before they can decide what's gonna happen, they'd have to take care of some factors. And so he is sending Shinobi out, sending him on a mission, one to ensure that they are on the winning side. Taking us to Callisto and Madripoor. She is preparing for an attack from some Reavers. With a giant explosion, the Reavers breach the building, looking like this might be her end. We are taken to Emma Frost, telepathically communicating with everybody in the Resistance. The direct assault of Orcus is already in full effect. Their space station is now rubble down on Earth. High-value targets are getting neutralized left and right, including Dr. Stasis. The Nazi Steve Rogers is still out there being a problem, but that's something that they're going to handle at a later time. Their main focus is Orcus. They have already made their way down into the tunnels, but when they get down there, what they find is a trap. What they find is Wolverine. With Wolverine doing what he does best. He slices and dices and he takes these guys down in a matter of moments. This is where we see Callisto, strung up and crucified. The Reavers laughing and joking until we have the arrival of Shadowcat. Without hesitation, she goes in. The Reavers fire away, missing with every shot. And when she is close enough, she slices them in half. Being able to get Callisto down, Callisto takes a knife and she jabs it into one of the faces of the Reavers. Shadowcat having to wonder, why are they here clearing out a beachhead in Madripoor? Why now? This is when Shinobi shows up, and Callisto's first instinct is to attack, but Shadowcat prevents her from being able to hurt him, wanting to hear him out, wanting to hear what he might have to say, letting him know that his father has shed his skin again. Right now, there is a ship that is headed for Madripoor. On that ship is a high-value target, Dr. Devo. The founder of Orcus has been hiding out here. He is trying to hide away so that he can restart Orcus at a later time, to rebuild everything that the mutants are now destroying. Unfortunately, the X-Men show up on scene. Teleporting in front of the Doctor, he clicks a button, and what we see are projectors to the negative zone. They are grabbing hold of the mutants and slowly bringing them in. The Doctor's plan is to send them to another dimension. Even more than that, the Doctor no longer has a human mind that Emma Frost can tap into. His brain was completely scooped out and rewritten by Omega Sentinel. This is when Kamala Khan decides that she needs to make a call. She calls in a favor to Dr. Doom. Now, if you guys remember, Doom said that when the time came, he would be there, as long as it was in his interest as well. And for Doom, this is an easy decision. Devo did what he intended, trying to cleanse the Earth, and then using Reed Richards' feeble accomplishments to try and do this goal, he finds it insulting. And so Doom will deploy his X-Men. Teleporting in, we have Slag, Volta, Nerium, and they put the Doctor down almost instantly. A spear through his body, shattering him. This is the end of Orcus. As Doom's X-Men and the X-Men team thank one another and congratulate the fight, Emma patches in with Cyclops. Cyclops currently pinned against the wall by Nimrod, and Emma learns what's going on. Nimrod has no want or need to kill Cyclops. In the big picture, the grand scheme of things, he sees mutant kind has already lost, that this game is over with. The entirety of Orcus was a Trojan horse. Machine death was on its way. The goal has always been to put mutants against humans in a war. Nobody is looking up to see that Sentinel City is descending on them, with AI never wanting to save humanity. Nimrod, Omega Sentinel, and Moira, they were all biding their time and building the Great Machine, because Sentinel City has risen. Alright gang, so we pick up with the Avengers in the Impossible City. Currently, Tony Stark has the floor. What we learn is that Tony is the one that kept the Avengers from getting involved with everything going on with mutant kind and Orcus. He begged all of them to let him take point, to stay their hand, to let him work with the mutants and get all their ducks in a row. When the time came, he would give them the word. The Avengers would go out. They would help mutant kind. The moment Tony Stark says go. This is where we have Captain Marvel, Vision, Thor, and Iron Man attacking an Orcus automated Sentinel factory complex. They are targeting the Sentinel manufacturing. They are targeting Orcus facilities. He has let the Avengers off the chain, and now it is time for them to bite. Taking us to the Orcus-based Juno, we have MODOK having a conversation with 3D Man. Now, 3D Man is kind of unique. He can see the battlefield from a kind of 3D perspective, if you will. As long as he has all the information and has control, he can help dictate or steer the direction of a battle or conflict. He is letting MODOK know that I told you the Avengers were gonna be a problem. MODOK brushed it off as insignificant, but now that is coming back to bite them in the butt. They just took down a complex in less than 20 minutes. 3D Man was hired because he can see things no one else can. The dangers that are hidden in plain sight. He saw the Skrulls, he saw the mutants, and he is letting them know that the Avengers are dangerous. We pick up at Avengers Target 2, a Orcus Mutant Re-Education Center. We see that the systems are overcome by Team 2. Team 2 having Black Panther, referring to them as the Secret Avengers. T'Challa quickly puts down these Orcus agents. He takes control, and backing him up, the Scarlet Witch and Captain America. These Orcus agents never stood a chance. With gateways being opened up, all of the prisoners are coming through these gateways, coming to the Impossible City. As they come through, they are all greeted by the Avengers. While they are all making their escape, Scarlet Witch, Captain America, and Black Panther are holding off Sentinels all by themselves. At this point, MODOK and 3D Man are going at one another. The Avengers weren't hiding away like MODOK had thought. They were planning, they were preparing, and now with the Impossible City and the Avengers in it, this is more than just a refuge. The Avengers knew that they would only get one shot at this, that if they took it at the wrong time, it would all be wasted. And so as he begins to calculate all this in his head, we pick up at Avengers Target 4, an Orcus data core farm. Captain Marvel, Thor, Vision, Iron Man, all here to decimate the data. But the truth is, all they really needed was Thor. With Thor bringing down the lightning, he fries all of the databanks. And 3D Man knows that the one responsible for all of this is Black Panther. He was his kingdom's ultimate operative, raised from birth to destroy nations from the inside out if Wakanda ever required it. He has had assets everywhere. This is how they know where each of these Orcus stations are. As we arrive back at the Impossible City, the city having a conversation with Yuna, right now in disbelief but happy that the Avengers are taking on Orcus. But now she wonders how long before Orcus comes for the Impossible City. How long before Orcus comes here? Taking us to Avengers Target 6, a mutant re-education center in Louisiana. The Orcus guards are opening fire on the Scarlet Witch only for the bullets to be stopped midair. For them all to get a suggestion to leave, reconsider what they're doing in life, and go now before these bullets come back at them, with Captain America and T'Challa handling the rest of the guards. MODOK and 3D Man are trying to figure out what to do. The Avengers are destroying every critical operational infrastructure and evacuating potential hostages, limiting the leverage that Orcus has. Not only that, but the Impossible City has been shooting down every orbital asset, systematically removing their ability to wage war at a ridiculous speed. They have teleport capacity. What 3D Man needs is operational capacity to do his job, that he will handle the Avengers while MODOK and the others deal with the mutants. He says to give him an iron fist, and he will wrap it around the Avengers' throats. This is what takes us to the Impossible City. The Avengers thought that they could hit fast enough and Orcus would never catch up, but Orcus did catch up, as we see the Impossible City orbiting over Earth and an entire platoon worth of Sentinels headed directly for it. Alright gang, so as we dive into this issue, we pick up with Magneto already in an Orcus facility. While the Orcus agents try to shoot everything they have at him, they can do nothing. He's more concerned on which helmet he's gonna wear. Will he wear his original red and purple, the all white, or the black? The question now remains, who is he? Now that he has come back from the dead, who does Magneto want to be? At this point, he already knows about the fall of Krakoa, about what happened with Charles, but he needed to see this with his own eyes. After seeing this and wasting no time with the Resistance mobilizing, he finds himself here at the closest Orcus facility. He had turned his back on the world, and in his absence, this is what the world did. He can feel the rage burning within, but he still finds himself holding back, avoiding fatalities. And so as he makes his way through here, he's not necessarily killing everybody. We see Magneto actually showing mercy. Right now, he's having an inner conflict, not sure if he should hold back. He knows that even among the powerful, he is power, And that power, it carries weight. It ripples in the world. His actions or inaction, his conscious example, the unwitting inspiration. He helps, he harms, he saves lives, and he can end it. But what should his choice be? What is his responsibility? What Magneto will he be? And is that decision even up to him? As he makes his way through this Orchis facility, we find him surrounded by a group known as Squad Zero. These are the Orchis elites. And Magneto can sense the weird electromagnetic energies that surround these guys. He knows that they have weapons that work against him. His anger tells him to strike, but he yields. He waits. He pulls his magnetic field in as close as he can. And so when one of the Orchis agents fires, the bullet stops half an inch away from his skull. And now he understands the trap. Those magnetic fields aren't weapons, they're sensors. What these sensors do, they detect changes in local magnetic fields. They are very sensitive, and if any magnetic power touches them, nerve gas would flood the room, killing everybody. Now he is stuck with a dilemma. Either he dies, gets executed for crimes against humanity, or he kills all of them trying to kill these Orchis agents. This is where he truly debates what helm he will put upon his head. He knows that Storm and Blue Marvel are close by, but he can't trigger anything without really sending out any signals to these sensors. So he has to figure out what he's gonna do here. The Black Helmet, the Magneto of old, unthinking rage, single-minded vengeance. To get this vengeance at any cost, even though innocent lives are in jeopardy. The White Helmet, the what would Charles do? Embrace self-sacrifice, fall nobly upon the sword. But these are all hypotheticals. In the here and now, there is only one way he sees he can proceed, and that is the way of Magneto. Tripping the sensors will send an electrical impulse down a wire to a circuit, almost instantly. Almost. This is what he is going to count on, requiring all of his strength to be able to catch this in time. He will remember the names of these men. He will add them to the walls of the ones that he has killed. In the blink of an eye, we see all of these agents turned into meatballs. Every suit, every fiber, every single cell in their body compressed in an instant. And now he knows it will not be white or black. The helm he will wear will be his red and purple. And now he begins to free all the hostages that are in here. Every mutant that is held captive. Every life that has been torn in half. He knows he has the hope of the people, and he only hopes that he can carry this hope and not scar it, not damage it, that he can do right by the people this time. On the outside, we have Storm and Blue Marvel. A portal opened up and we see all of the mutants being rescued, almost 1,000 of them. And while the last of them are rescued, Magneto is the one to destroy the entire facility. He folds it in half and we see it sink to the bottom of the ocean. With it submerging, this is when we have the arrival of a Sentinel. Storm is the first to attack. Using the might of her lightning, she strikes the Sentinel, but it's not enough to put it down. With the Sentinel doing countermeasures, it sends a sonic boom through the air. This sends her flying back, covering her ears. As Blue Marvel begins to come in, he learns very quickly that he is already in the database. They have countermeasures for him. Using neutronium radiation, they blast him. While this doesn't take him out of the fight, it does blunt his attacks. He can still do some damage, but he's not going to be able to take out this Stark Sentinel so easily. This is where Magneto comes into play, grabbing up the scrap left over from the Orchis facility and creating two giant metal fists. He begins to throw punches. And after dealing some damage but not sufficiently putting it down, Magneto gets an idea. He wants to create a human mutant circuit. Storm calls upon the fundamental forces of lightning. Atom is there to regulate the power and feed it back. There is no release. It is only a constant redirection directly through Magneto. He lets loose his rage. Empowering his giant metal gauntlets, he lays a beatdown on this Sentinel. He beats it down hard enough to crack open its skull, and in doing so, it gives them all the opportunity to take a shot at the inner workings. And in that moment, the Sentinel explodes. And with its destruction, Magneto is able to see the inside. to see that there are a few magnetic pieces inside these Sentinels, that these could be clues to their weaknesses. As they go to get out of here, Storm gets a message from Emma Frost. Emma Frost welcoming Magneto back to the land of the living, but right now he is needed with Iron Man, because the husband of Emma Frost is asking for a rescue. Alright gang, so as we dive into this issue, we pick up with Tony Stark entangled, wrapped up in his own machines and wiring. He definitely got his bell rung. As he comes to consciousness, he's trying to remember what happened, where he is, and what exactly is going on, as he starts to recollect everything, knowing that he's in the Australian outback, knowing about the Mark 73 Sentinel Buster. As these memories all come flooding back to him, he knows what's going on, as he is able to break free from all the wiring that is keeping him held in place. He tries to put out a message, but inside this Mysterium shell, there's no message that is getting out, which means he has to break through this place and find a way out himself. As he breaks down a wall, this is where he sees two things that he did not expect to see. His birth mother and his adoptive mother sitting down having tea. But as he goes to talk to them, they tell him to go ask his father, to go talk to him, pointing him in the direction of where he may be. This brings him to an area that seems to be flooded with water. A man by the name of Wee, killed by Fei Long, killed him to get to Tony Stark and all the patents, telling Tony that he should have known that this was going to lead to his death. He made the mistake of walking away from the company, and so many people got hurt. This giant armor is filled with the ghosts of his past, being pulled down into the depths of the water. All these people we see, Detroit Steel, Firebrand, Stan, Hammer, and everybody else in between. They may have been bad people, but these are all people that Iron Man also hurt along the way. All that paid him back, that made him seem like he was drowning forever. And then the unlikely savior appeared. This is where we have Magneto showing up. But this is a Magneto just of his mind, telling him that he is pitiful, telling him that he has failed, telling him that his creations have caused nothing but death, that he was so afraid of Magneto and his kind. He created efficient ways of dealing death. With Magneto casting him away, he shows up in his first Iron Man suit. This is where he runs into his father, and his father casts him down as well, telling him that they are damned, cursed to the underworld, because they steal knowledge from the gods. As he falls down into the dirt, he rises up. Coming to his senses, he has arrived at the heart of the Mark 73. Fei Long's suicide run had caused the reactor to vent what little energy this thing had left in reserve. As he observes this, this is when Fei Long comes from behind him with a piece of rebar. He smacks Tony in the back of the head, knocking Tony down to his feet. But Tony still has his suit on, and so using the energy in his suit, he knocks Fei Long back. As Fei Long goes flying, Fei Long lets out his green roar. But Tony designed this suit keeping him in mind specifically. And so nothing that Fei Long can throw at him is going to hurt Tony. He grabs Fei Long and he beats the crap out of him. He smashes his face bloodied. And as he gets ready to end Fei Long's life, Fei Long tells him that there is something he should know, telling Fei Long to shut down all the Sentinels. This is what Fei Long's trying to let him know. He made a miscalculation. The humans in Orchis are no longer calling the shots. The AI is. Nimrod, Omega Sentinel. They want to kill everybody, mutants and humans alike. This is where we see the Stark Sentinels above both Fei Long and Tony Stark. None of the machines respond to him any longer. Only now is he recognizing that there were two Orchis organizations. One he dominated, and one that was secretly dominating him. Tony now realizes what this means. While they were at each other's throats, they are dead in the water and the entire Earth is doomed. This is where he calls out to Emma Frost. While they're dealing with the Sentinels they have to deal with. Not only is there more Sentinels than Fei Long ever knew, but they are now gathering to kill Tony and Fei Long. Tony is asking Emma if there is any possibility that the X-Men may be able to come and help him out. But of course, they are far too busy dealing with everything they have to deal with. But she did send out a message that someone might be able to help out. And looking over their shoulders, this is where we have the arrival of Magneto. So as we dive into this issue, we pick up on Earth. We're in the American Southwest. We have a ragtag team of Iraqi and deported Krakoan mutants. They arrive on the battlefield, and just in the nick of time, before us stands Apocalypse, covered in his own blood, but none of it his. He has cut down the best that Orcus has ever had. He is showing no mercy, because right now he is cutting his way to Krakoa, the island nothing more than the size of a tree right now. 2 Stark Sentinels trying to rip off Krakoa's arms. And that is when Apocalypse comes in. He puts down these Stark Sentinels like they are nothing. And Apocalypse is enraged. The pampered and perfumed so-called leaders of the mutant nation, they abandoned Krakoa. They let Krakoa starve. All while they were playing both sides or hiding in mansions, scurrying about like rats in tunnels. And now Krakoa sitting at Apocalypse's feet. Krakoa is dying, and Apocalypse refuses to let this happen, cutting open his own arm and putting this blood into the mouth of Krakoa. He feeds the island. He feeds the mutant, doing this all in hopes that Krakoa may be saved. This is what picks us up with Cyclops at the moon. Looking like Cyclops is about to meet his end, Nimrod teleporting out. Just in the nick of time, Magic is able to get there and get both of them out of there before Nimrod detonates the place. And while Nimrod sits here and he contemplates all of this, he is a killing machine that can be in multiple places at one time. Mutants cannot account for this. His secret weapon to pacify all the illings of Earth was rising. That, of course, was Sentinel City. This is where Omega Sentinel gets in contact with him and lets him know that he needs to get back and he needs to do it now because they have a visitor. Charles Xavier has joined the machines and he has an offer that they are gonna want to hear. Charles Xavier joined Nimrod. Charles Xavier switched sides. Like, I want you guys to sit on that for a minute. Charles Xavier just switched sides. And in the next page, we get a data page explaining exactly what he is planning to do. He believes that the AIs are going to win. He does not have faith. He does not have hope any longer. His dream has always been Krakoa. He is asking for Nimrod and Omega Sentinel to let him remove mutants from the board. That they're playing an all-or-nothing game. Taking mutants out of the equation gives them a higher probability of winning that game. That he wants mutantdom to live in peace on Krakoa, and they will not interfere with the machine's designs. All with the threat of death. Of course, Nimrod doesn't believe that they'll ever accept this, but Xavier does think so. He will will it to be so. And asking Nimrod, have you ever considered what will happen when you succeed? When mutants and humans are wiped from the planet, what will you become? You have nothing to fear from mutants living in peace on Krakoa, and if that ever changes, he trusts that Nimrod will teach his children the lesson that he has learned, that mutant kind has limitations. And at this point, Nimrod is almost willing to agree. It seems like they are about to seal the deal on this offer. To really close it in, Charles Xavier says that there is an American launching a nuclear-capable vessel, that he will handle this. And while he may not be able to handle some of his former students because he taught them the Red Triangle defense, Nimrod says that he will handle them, that he will do what must be done. With Charles accepting, Charles Xavier has made himself the enemy. This is what takes us to Apocalypse. He says that they are going to do what must be done, that there is still strength in their blood. If Krakoa is to bloom again, his roots must be nourished. Krakoa feeds off of mutant energy. They grew so large in accommodating all of them, and now Krakoa has been starving since the night of the Hellfire Gala. And so the first sacrifice steps forward. An Iraqi born, seen his fair share of battles throughout all of these ages, mutant and proud. But this story is near the end, and he wishes for glory. With Apocalypse witnessing him, he tells the warrior to come forward. He strikes at Apocalypse, and then Apocalypse smashes his face in. A glorious death for a glorious cause. But this single death will not be enough for Krakoa to set roots. That there must be more that step forward. This is where we have Wrong Slide. After being in Otherworld and being resurrected, he came back as Wrongslide, a completely new and different person. Wrongslide may not have lived long, but he is mutant energy. Maybe even enough so that nobody else has to die. And so with him stepping forward, Apocalypse lets him know that the two of them are now joined in a duel to the death for this broken land. With the sun getting tremendously bright, some saying that it is going nova, Apocalypse already knows that it's the machines, that is not their fight. Wrongslide, Apocalypse charging at one another, the Crucible beginning to stabilize Krakoa, and above Earth, this is where we have our X-Men team. They are just now learning about the structure that is in front of the sun. They are learning about Sentinel City. Emma Frost also recognizes the few humans left inside Orcus. They have just enacted the Red Triangle Defense. That would mean Xavier has done something. This is when Charles has a conversation with Cyclops, taking him back to the mansion, as Charles goes on to explain that this is going to be difficult for him to hear, that hard choices had to be made, and so he made a deal. Cyclops loses it, telling him that they could have won, but again Charles does a backroom deal, and then everyone just has to live with his decisions. He tells them to cut to the end. Who gets to live? Who gets to die? Hoping the Cyclops would have understood him. He says that he won't apologize for what he has done and what he needs to do. That right now, he needs Orcus to trust him, and he wants Cyclops to trust him as well. That in order for mutants to survive, at least for now, no more humans. This is where we see that ship that had the nuclear weapon on it, it detonates. All at the hands of Charles. Cyclops using his Red Triangle Defense. He says that it didn't have to be this way, but he can't focus on that right now. Right now, they don't have nearly enough X-Men, but they're gonna do with what they have. They are gonna take this station directly into Sentinel City. They need to destroy it, and they have to do it now. But not Emma. She has to stay back. If they don't make it home, someone has to face off against Charles. And now Manifold can see much more clearly. He is here to raise their sword. He tells everyone to take a deep breath and get ready. Down on Earth, we have Apocalypse and Wrongslide. These two have been going blow for blow. The whole time, Apocalypse has been holding back. Wrongslide reminds him of the lost land, of the man that he once was. That Wrongslide holds wonder in his heart, and above all, Wrongslide treasures life. But he knows this requires death. And so, no longer holding back, he takes Wrongslide and he breaks him, saying his last words, his last wish, that if Wrongslide ever comes back, to let him know it was good to be for a while. But now it is time for Rockslide to be again, to enjoy it all for him. As Apocalypse rips him to pieces, Krakoa takes it all in and takes a deep gas, coming back to life. As we pick up with the X-Men fully enthralled in battle with Nimrod and Omega Sentinel, crashing the station directly into Sentinel City. Nimrod knew that they would attack, but not that they would teleport the entire station into the city. But they have only delayed the inevitable, as Nimrod knocks away on Colossus and the others. He tells them that they have already won, that they must accept this truth. But Nimrod also has like an existential crisis here, saying that perhaps it will not end here. Maybe this won't be their end. They are all electricity. This is their single commonality. Maybe the energy within them will transfer to a place where their existences do not overlap. And so Nimrod has to think more on this. Are there places yet undiscovered where he can keep killing? What is he when he accomplishes his task? A bigger problem that they have is Nightcrawler aboard Sentinel City, sabotaging all the repair efforts. And there's also a very powerful storm headed their way. A storm not coming from the sun, one that is coming from Earth. It is said that in space, screams go unheard, but they say that that is untrue. If one is able to cocoon oneself in oxygen and lightning, then blistering across the void in the solar tempest, if you can do that, then your scream of vengeance will ring across the galaxy. Alright gang, so as we dive into Moira's fifth life, Cyborg Moira shows up. Braddock and our dead X-Men team, they face off against her. But with a portal opened up, one of them grab hold of Cyborg and they say for Rachel to bring them home. And in this, Prodigy is able to see every single life. Everything Moira has ever experienced. He gets all of this in an instant. This is where we dive into the mind of Rachel and Cyborg Moira. It's kind of a bit of both their minds. While Moira has very strong psychic defenses, it's nothing that Summers can't bring down, but she doesn't want to break her. At this point, Moira is already beyond broken. Moira is asking who is at fault, that she gave lifetimes to find a way for mutants to win. She sacrificed everything, and it doesn't appear it's gonna matter. You see, Rachel, she's very angry right now. She just found out that she had been lied to by Charles, something that she should have anticipated. She helped him find a way back to a version of Moira that was vulnerable, and now she knows that he plans on shooting that child in the head. Now, right this very second, Rachel doesn't necessarily care what happens to Moira in any version of her, but if that child dies, so does everything her friends and her have ever known. So she has no time to waste on monsters like this Cyborg Moira, being cast down to the Moira Engine Timeline 2.4. As they fall down to the ground, we see the Cyborg Moira throws her weapon and it lands in the back of Dazzler. Now the X-Men team is ready to rip her to pieces. They hold nothing back, and while they battle, this is where we have Orbis of this timeline. He is the one that is about to make his ascension. As he is about to ascend, we see Prodigy floating up with him, the crystal embedded in his chest. It is all part of Orbis's plan, while Frenzy and the others do everything they can to hold off this Cyborg Moira. She's getting some punches in, but overall, the dead X-Men team, they're taking her to shop. She doesn't have enough power to jump anymore, but she's got enough power in her axe to take down everybody with her. The goal now is to try not to get hit by black hole energy. This is where we see Dazzler get up, using her powers, taking down Moira, figuring out the limits to her beating death thing. Smashed to a pulp by Nimrod equals death. Taking a battle axe to the back, live to fight another day. Taking in all the sonic energy of the battle, that definitely helped out. Above the battlefield, we have Orbis and Prodigy. This shard that has been in Prodigy's chest is the Krakoan crystal. This is what is going to help Orbis ascend to his dominionhood. Every fragment of this crystal is the totality of the crystal. Every individual is the whole. But Prodigy isn't too concerned. When the rock had been ripped out of his chest, he got a special message, and he thinks that everything is gonna be okay. As they all grab hands and let Rachel know that they are ready, Orbis goes to ascend only to find out that there is already a Dominion, something that he had never planned for. And as for Cyborg Moira, they drop in the heavy payload. You see, the Starjammer had came in, and aboard that ship was none other than Juggernaut. They drop the payload in, and he completely obliterates this Moira, with our heroes currently picking up in the Atlantic Krakoa currently housed in the White Hot Room. For them, it feels like a hurricane. And this is all because of Rachel. Xavier played all of them. He never intended to talk to Moira. He went back in time to kill her before her powers had manifested. He decided for everybody what would be the best chance against the Dominion. That was to prevent Krakoa from ever existing. Rasputin already sent to try and stop him, but he's got Sinister by his side. Everything is falling apart. And if Xavier pulls the trigger, everything resets. Everything that they have ever known. Now, the dead X-Men team, this is where they have a conversation trying to figure out what they're gonna do and how they're gonna do it. For Prodigy, he is the one who has had to live with Moira in his head. Her view of the world is just as cold as Xavier's. They both look at the big picture. They don't care about the little people it costs to achieve the vision. In the Moira Engine timeline, a piece of the crystal got embedded in his chest. His unlocked powers stopped hurting the moment it hit him, and the crystal spoke to him. It told him the individual in the whole situation. Every single one of them matters. And even if it's impossible, every life is worth fighting for. With Rachel telling him that the crystal is the nexus of realities itself. The white hot room exists inside of it. Every fragment of the crystal is effectively the entirety of the crystal. It doesn't subdivide. Each individual is the whole. And so bringing the shard of the crystal through defunct timelines and back inside of itself, all while absorbing the impressions of the lives around them. He made a circuit. Xavier had 3 plans to stop the Dominion. The first failed. The second is murdering Moira and undoing Krakoa. The third, the impossible, manifesting the Phoenix. Doing so on a scale never accomplished before. But what Prodigy has done with the crystal bonded to him and every lifetime he passed through, he brought it into himself. 10 lifetimes of mutant experiences, 10 lifetimes of fighting the fight. Every individual is a whole, and they have touched every individual ever. He has given them the kindling they need to light the pyre. But this is still the longest of shots. They still need Rachel's mother to make this work, but their odds are no longer 0, and all they ever need is a fighting chance. Now they have to wonder, can they convince Charles to change his mind? And so Rachel telling them to buckle up, that they got one shot. They're about to get looped into the mother of all conference calls, as we pick up in Moira's 10th life with Moira, a little girl, and Charles holding that pistol getting ready to gun her down. Rachel letting Charles know that he may not need to explain anything to anyone, but that anyone wants to explain things to Charles. The dead X-Men want to talk about the dream, about Krakoa, about what it means, and why Charles can't simply wipe it away. They are telling him it is time for him to listen. Alright gang, we pick up at No Place X. Professor X, or now deemed Traitor X. He stands above Rachel's body. He just put a bullet in her. Obviously, Rasputin is furious. Without hesitation, she pulls out her sword and she goes to swing, telepathically communicating with Mother Righteous. She has the power to stop Rasputin, and so for Mother Righteous's freedom, she will stop her. Saying a few words, this is a kill switch for Rasputin, courtesy of Sinister. That's when Xavier turns off all of her pain receptors, and he takes Rasputin out of the fight. And with her mutant abilities, Charles really has to blow her head clean off. While this is happening, Mother Righteous kinda laughs. While she was trapped inside of there, she worked out a way that she could dissolve the other her in the white hot room. And Charles knows that she's gonna try some kind of betrayal. But right now, he assumes that she's too depowered because of her attempt at Dominionhood, that she's just drained. Knowing that Mother Righteous is more than likely going to betray them, Charles Xavier stuns her. He puts her down, and he brings No Place X directly to Krakoa, calling out to Orcus, letting them know that he has come to make a deal, that there is a standing order for Stasis's wife. Charles is saying that he is willing to give her up, to use her as a bargaining chip so that he can have a one-on-one with Omega Sentinel. That's what brings us to Charles and Omega Sentinel. Omega Sentinel is more curious than anything on why Charles is here, and this is where he really professes he knows that they're gonna lose. He knows the AIs are moving against the humans. He could have warned them and they could have had a war against the machines. All he wants is for mutant kind to be spared. All they need is their island, and they'll build up defenses. Let mutants live, and let humanity burn. In the end, this is the one thing that they have never tried. And if you don't believe him, you can ask Moira. AI and mutants versus humans. The two futures versus the past. And what he would do in exchange for this. Charles Xavier says that he will work exactly what they need him to do. At the end of the day, he is the ultimate Sentinel. As we pick up in the Atlantic Krakoa, the white hot room, we have the 5 that are resurrecting Rachel. As she comes to consciousness, we find out that Charles killed her. But everybody in this room already knew. Destiny, Exodus, Hope, all of them knew. And so obviously Rachel's a little ticked off. Everybody knew that Charles was going to try to kill Moira, except for Rachel. But right now, Rachel's got to focus on other things. They need her to kickstart the Phoenix. They have to defeat the Dominion. And Rachel going on to say she just really wishes Charles didn't lie to her. But she has a few ideas for the Phoenix. While they head off, we pick up with Nimrod. A gateway opening up, and Omega Sentinel is giving the order to Charles. find any of them with the slightest thought of rebellion. Any Orcus scientist, they are to be purged immediately. Sending the information to Nimrod. Nimrod fires, with the human leaders beginning to get organized. She tells Charles to do something about that. What he does is add a cognitive drain on all of them. Not enough to get them replaced, but enough to render them useless. As we hop over to Moira and Enigma, Moira is filling him in on what Charles is doing. He is selling out humanity for the mutants. Even she is in disbelief. This is when Enigma says no, that Charles knows about me. He hasn't talked about that, so he must be up to something. He tells Moira to stay away from him. When asked why Enigma isn't asking him, he tells Moira that he distrusts him, but they will win. He has seen the future, but this is beginning to make him think about all the things he may not be able to see. Taking us over to Hope. She is speaking to mutant kind. They have resurrected every warrior that has been killed. Anybody who can fight. Anybody that is ready to get back into the fray. It's also worth noting that we have Prodigy and the others here from Dead X-Men. Rasputin herself has also been resurrected. Krakoa currently being hunted down. The core of Krakoa leaving the island. Now Apocalypse is carrying it home. This is where Sinister comes in, because he was also resurrected, still having Doug's X gene. The Krakoa here in the room, and the Krakoa there on Earth, they are still connected. Before he can get any more of this information out, Rasputin grabs him by the throat and she tries to kill him. Rasputin going off on how he colluded with Xavier and did all of this. Sinister finding it funny, welcoming her to the X-Men because getting screwed over by Professor X, that is the experience. But he also tries to let her know that now's not the time, that he actually believes he can get them home, that you guys can all draw straws at the end of the day and figure out who's gonna kill me. But right now, we have something to do. With Rasputin staying her hand, we pick up on Krakoa Earth. Apocalypse having Krakoa in tow, dragging the core along. He has Sentinels in pursuit. They are chasing him down, but as flowers begin to bloom on Krakoa, the petals open up, and every single flower holds one of the X-Men. With them coming out to defend both Krakoa and Apocalypse, we pick up with Charles and Omega Sentinel. They discuss how many people Charles has had to kill, how many he is going to be complacent in killing. Omega Sentinel also lets Charles know that your X-Men are attempting to destroy the solar weaponry aboard Sentinel City. If they succeed, they're gonna need another way to take down humanity. Charles Xavier has a plan B, and that is the nuclear codes. Picking back up on Krakoa Earth, we have Exodus just destroying Sentinels, refusing to lose Krakoa again, filled with rage, directing it directly at Orcus. The truth is, this battle doesn't necessarily mean much. The battle against Orcus, this is nothing. This is small potatoes in comparison to what is on the horizon. As we pick up with Mother Righteous, her maximum security cell in Orcus. This is where Enigma comes to her, as she begs for her life. She says that she will tell him anything he wants to know, and she does. Now, the Enigma had gone to great extent trying to wipe the Phoenix off the table. The Enigma was successful in doing so, but now with all the Dimensions Moiras that have opened up, he might be able to take down the Phoenix. Do it once and for all, because the Phoenix is the one thing that can take down a Dominion. Not wanting to take the risk, Enigma puts out a call to all Dominions. To all of them. He reaches out to every Dominion in existence, or out of existence if you will, and he is letting them know that they are trying to resurrect the Phoenix. Now, Enigma had arranged for the Phoenix to die. In a natural order of things, eventually, the Phoenix would die out of existence. That is, death and rebirth one day would eventually stop. He orchestrated it just perfectly so that the Phoenix went out of existence as he came into existence. But now the mutants are in the process of trying to resurrect it. A monstrous cosmic power that has the potential of hunting them down one by one. Enigma says no more. As he waits for the response, we see the body of Jean Grey, and we begin to see the flickers of fire. The fire growing and growing until it completely engulfs her. and all other Dominions replying to Enigma. They let him know that if the Phoenix returns, they will all come. Alright gang, so as we dive into this issue, we see this entire squadron fleet and whole army of Stark Sentinels descending down on the Impossible City. Now the Impossible City is turning on the D-shift engines, but these require time to spin up, approximately 16 minutes. The other problem is that the Sentinels will breach the city in 12. They must find a way to save some time. As we pick up at Avengers Target number 9, Wanda, Black Panther, and Captain America. They have taken down a Sentinel. They prepare for their next attack when they hear that the Impossible City is under siege. Black Panther coming to terms and accepting that he underestimated Delroy. He underestimated 3D Man. Wanda knows she's gotta get to the Impossible City, sending Captain America and Black Panther to coordinates Black Panther gave Wanda. Wanda takes up to Earth's orbit. As they're teleported away, we pick up at Earth's orbit. Wanda is already here, and we have the arrival of Thor, Vision, and Iron Man. In unison, they begin to destroy Stark Sentinels. 14 minutes left. Time to breach, 10 minutes. There are 4 minutes that they must make up for. This is also not taking into consideration the adaptive technology of the Stark Sentinels. How long will this take once they have become fully adapted to everything they can throw at them? Vision says this will take about 6 minutes. And so in that time frame, Wanda is gonna let loose. At the current projections, they're still gonna be 2 minutes short. And so Yuna clashing those bands together. We see Captain Marvel having 3 minutes before she is pulled back. She heads into the fight, as we see her getting into the fray, fighting side by side with all the others. She knows that she is only good for a couple of minutes, and so she is going to make every punch count. As we pick up with 3D Man, Captain America and Black Panther, they have teleported in, and they have come to kick some butt. Seeing 3D Man filled with rage, absolutely furious, feeling rejected by the Avengers, trying to show them what he is capable of, to get even with them. But this is when Black Panther whispers something to him in Old Wakandan. He tells him to wake up. Black Panther had come to him when this all started. He suggested hypno-conditioning because they have to think that this is real. They have to make 3D Man believe that this is real. T'Challa needed him to go undercover and get as far as he could in Orcus to make 3D Man believe that he was truly fighting against the Avengers. That way there was never question about his loyalty. All so that in the right moment at the right time, Black Panther could come to him, say the words, and bring back his memory. As we see him coming back, recognizing everything that is going on, he calls all Sentinels. He tells them to deactivate using his authorization code. In the blink of an eye, every single one of those Sentinels shuts down. With it all being shut down, the three of them go to escape the Orcus facility, wiping out their Sentinel reserves, taking out the critical infrastructure at this point. They're not sure if this is gonna be enough, but they're gonna keep fighting regardless. As we pick up in Earth's orbit days later after the fall of Orcus, the Stark Sentinels simply floating up in space. As everybody sits down, they begin to relax, have some food, do the whole thing, thinking that maybe they're getting a break. Maybe this is an opportunity for things to calm down a bit, especially after this, everything with the Manslayers, dealing with robots, they're kinda done with it. Unfortunately, this is where we see something begin to cover the Earth. That their days of relaxing, they have yet to come. Alright gang, so we have Charles Xavier that is teaming up with Orcus, discussing how dreams are real. They live and they breathe, but they also die. And when they do die, they can break people as well. That's exactly what has happened to Charles, a man that has given up on himself and the dream. But we also know that everything he is doing is in an effort to reignite the Phoenix, that he will martyr himself for the cause. As it stands right now, as this comic takes place, the X-Men have fires burning across the galaxy. Nimrod holding the equivalent of a magnifying glass to Earth's atmosphere. Krakoa is dying, Sentinels are running amok, and Orchis is collaborating with Charles Xavier in a bid to save mutantdom. To add more to the fire, MODOK has arrived in New York City. Now, Orchis is pretty much fallen at this point, at least the human branch of Orchis, and MODOK takes full opportunity of this. Using some technology, he is able to transform this human Orchis agent in front of him into an absolute monstrosity. Having full access to the large database of DNA, Orchis pretty much gave him full control over anything he wanted. With the AI taking over, MODOK can go wild. Currently at the Daily Bugle, we have Ben the reporter who is getting taken over by a monstrosity from Orchis. One by one, MODOK is turning this into his own little private army of abominations. But while Ben is being attacked, this is where Firestar comes in, with her barbecuing this hideous monster. Down on the ground level, we have Laura, X-23, Wolverine. Without hesitation, jumping into the fray, slicing and dicing. While they're working, we get a broadcast from Emma Frost, the White King, broadcasting on Resistance Radio, which is really just her telepathically communicating with all mutants, with everybody that is on their side. She lets everybody know that they have made great strides in overthrowing Orchis, but Nimrod still remains, and Charles Xavier has joined him. Of course, Synch wants to know what is the plan to neutralize Charles. This is something that Emma is keeping close to her chest. Xavier's talents are considerable. This is not information that they need out there, not information that they can risk Charles knowing about. This is what takes us to Shadowcat. She has cut her way through an Orchis facility, and she has come to rescue Caliban. The last thing he remembers is Charles' voice in his head telling him to go through the gates. But they slam close, and Orchis has held him captive ever since. Now, obviously, Caliban has all kinds of questions, wondering if Orchis had been experimenting on him. Having no time to really explain, Shadowcat says, "Are your powers still working?" And the reason she needs to know this is because she needs somebody to track Xavier. And once she finds him, Shadowcat is gonna put him down. Of course, Caliban cannot believe that Charles would ever do such a thing, that he would never help Orchis. But Caliban has been out of the fight for a while. Charles is the one that stopped them from fighting back at the Hellfire Gala. Now he has thrown himself in with Nimrod. Another tragic scheme, not asking anybody, just throwing himself into the fire, trying to make himself a martyr. But it comes at the cost of so many human lives. Taking us over to the pier, we have a battle with Firestar and MODOK. With the assistance of Miss Marvel, they're doing everything they can to fight against him. And while it's not necessarily enough, the arrival of Synch definitely changes the game up. But even so, MODOK is able to self-repair. With him making a counter-strike, we have the arrival of Wolverine. Blocking his first throw, Wolverine tells Synch to load up Polaris. And then Synch straight up chucks her at MODOK. A fastball special right to his face. And Wolverine dang near rips him in half. Miss Marvel currently holding it down. Laura does say to Synch, trying to make sure that things don't end up weird between them, because if anybody remembers, Synch was in love with Talon, the future version of Laura that was locked away with the Children of the Vault, had lived all of those years, living for centuries. Synch had to take her consciousness into his mind. Inevitably, he had to kill her. Both of their conscious minds could not occupy the same brain. And so while she says, "I'm sorry for your loss," he tells her that I appreciate it, that her sacrifice made it so that millions could live. He is going to live his life being worthy of both the sacrifices that she made. Picking back up with Shadowcat in Little Tokyo with Caliban, he is letting her know that he is refusing to help her. Knowing that Shadowcat is going to attempt to kill Charles, he refuses to have any hand in killing anybody, even if that person is a traitor. But this is when we have Wolverine coming out of the shadows. he is letting Kitty know that you don't have to do this alone. Now, Shadowcat had really hoped that Charles didn't do this, that maybe someone infected Cerebro, but she knows that this is all Charles. Hearing that he broke, it kind of broke her, with Wolverine letting her know that dreams sometimes die, and when they die, the dream are with them. Shadowcat really thought that she could just mask back up, become Shadowcat, and do what needed to be done without thinking. But now she knows that she can't. That if they win and she is still standing, she's done with all of it. That after this, she is done with the X-Men, with Wolverine more than willing to stand by her side. They are now taking this fight to Charles. That Xavier has to die, or no one will ever be safe. Alright gang, so as we pick up with this issue, we are picking up with Rhodey, stuck here in prison, and the Orchis agents have finally come for him. As they get ready to take him down, that necklace that Tony had given him, this was in fact the War Machine suit. So as they begin to fire, the Pym particles activate, and we see the suit come online, with Rhodes getting inside of the War Machine. He turns the tides of this battle, knocking down the cage door, taking down the Orchis agents. He is able to get out of this facility with both Sandman and the living laser by his side. But right now, Tony is a little bit preoccupied. This is because he has two of his nemesis here trapped inside of the giant Sentinel Buster with him. And in this panel, we have an absolutely fantastic moment. An Avengers in-game little hint, little Easter egg cameo thrown in here, with Fei Long telling Magneto that you stole Mars from me, and Magneto telling him, I don't even know who you are. But this is when Tony starts to break down the situation. They got multiple crises at their hands. The Sentinel Buster is dead, no power source. There are still Sentinels running around out there with Iron Man tech in them. Even more so, AI has taken over. Nimrod is now in charge. With the Sentinels still replicating, this seems to be their first priority. Luckily, Fei Long knows where all of these factories are. And then to power this behemoth of a machine, that's where Magneto comes into play. So with all three of them together, they are one formidable force. Magneto controlling the giant Sentinel, Tony piloting, Fei Long doing repairs and navigation. They don't waste any time knocking out the Sentinel factories. From one place to another, from Australia to Tokyo, caught off guard and unprepared, Tony Stark's Sentinel Buster makes quick work of all of this. Everything was going pretty smoothly until the arrival of Nimrod. He comes flying in and punches the Sentinel right in the face. Iron Man quickly leaving the Stark Sentinel. A train in dire need of saving, he goes in to save them. Fei Long and Magneto, they take on Nimrod, with Magneto the first to throw a punch. Using the Sentinel Buster's head, he chucks it at Nimrod, encapsulating him in the metal. And Nimrod tells him that Mysterium may be tough, but it's not gonna hold him, putting out some Terrigen gas. It almost takes Magneto out of the fight had it not been for Iron Man, but it wasn't enough to take him down. With Magneto molding the Mysterium to his will, he goes on to say that he has not had an occasion to bend Mysterium, that it is unlike anything he has ever encountered, that the metal itself almost feels alive, forming it into a spear and plunging it into the chest of Nimrod. Iron Man takes this opportunity, grabs hold of that rod, uses it as a conduit. Mysterium being almost perfect for scaling, Tony unleashes all his power into this rod. But not even that could take down Nimrod, with Magneto manipulating all the Mysterium around him, turning it into tentacles like Omega Red. He shoots this into Nimrod's body, the Mysterium attacking him. Even Tony recognizing that this metal really did look like it was alive. All of these vines of Mysterium ripping him apart from the inside, with Nimrod slowly but surely dying and Magneto in disbelief. In disbelief of the Mysterium. It had changed its structure, almost like it died at being joined with something so corrupt. Magneto knows that there are more Nimrods to fight out there, and so he heads off. As he does so, Fei Long comes running up to Tony asking, "What now?" Tony knocks him out, and he tells Fei Long that it is now time he start paying for all of the lives that he had taken. Alright gang, so as we dive into this issue, we immediately pick up with Doug. He has been asleep for quite some time, and Krakoa fills him in on everything that he has missed. About the gala, about all the hell that followed afterwards. But Krakoa lets him know that they are finally home. Letting Doug out, he pops out, only to find that they are at war. At the Pacific Krakoa on Earth. The Sentinels are attacking, MUTANTKInd is defending, and Cypher enters the fight. As we pick up with Sebastian Shaw. After everything has gone sideways, Shaw's recognizing what's going down. More than that, his assistant is an AI, created to take down Shaw when the opportunity was best. Being able to detect telepathic communication with Emma Frost, the AI robot goes to take down Shaw. But Shaw, communicating with Emma Frost, is trying to kind of win his way back to Krakoa. You guys gotta remember, Sebastian Shaw is a guy that plays both sides. All the time, anytime, whenever it suits him best. He's like a cockroach. He is always going to survive no matter what happens, no matter who he betrays. He always finds a way to make his value worth more than his death. But passing on a single binary phrase, a backdoor to the Sentinels. He tells Emma Frost to pass this off to Doug, to tell Cypher to stir up some trouble. And so with the Sentinels attacking, fresh guns coming right off the vine, and Sinister handing them all out. With Destiny back in the timeline, she is recognizing that their future is destruction, that they do not win. Exodus telling her to silence her mouth, that she is a council member, and he will destroy her if she voices such defeatism. Now, Doug having that single binary code, he goes ahead and he spouts it off directly at the Sentinels. And this shuts them down. This is when Exodus takes over, flying up and knocking these Sentinels in the face. One by one, he demolishes them. And while Destiny says that they may be winning this battle, they're not gonna win the war. Shaw being able to escape away from his AI and get to his security vault. Inside of here, Sebastian Shaw has a backup plan. He has his X gene ready in a needle directly into his neck. That's why Sebastian Shaw was so willing to give up his X gene. He already had a backup plan, a simple injection that would give his powers back. As we hop over to the white hot room, this is where we have Hope Summers. And Hope and Jean are communicating. Hope is letting Jean know that there is more work to do, that they have many stages that they must go through. But if she's going to hunt down the Phoenix, Hope is going to need a lot more than a 9mm. She needs to be able to send a message home. As Jean soars, looking like the Phoenix through this darkness, she tells Hope to hurry, that the Phoenix is scared, that at this point it would be almost a kindness to put it down, to have the rebirth. This is where Hope, she knocks on the ground. She knocks on the roots. These roots send out an SOS directly to Doug Ramsey. With him getting the SOS, Rachel gets in contact with Eden. Manifold has shown up, a man that simply has to ask the universe for something to be done. Rachel knows that they gotta get back to the white hot room, but also Destiny needs Nightcrawler. With Manifold opening up a portal, he pulls him through. Nightcrawler showing up, and he already knows. He knows the truth. He knows that Destiny is his mother. As she goes to apologize, this is where Mystique comes out of there, guns blazing. Nightcrawler tries to intercept, but Mystique is furious that Destiny knew, that she wrote it down in code. Nightcrawler grabbing hold of her guns and then taking off. He gives Destiny the opportunity to say her piece. This is where Destiny explains why she did everything she did. Now, before, her visions only extended to Krakoa. In no timeline did she discover the truth before now. When she returned to life and got a second set of visions, she saw timelines where they uncovered the truth. Destiny and Mystique finally had a child. She knew Azazel, the demon, would ascend to power. Worldwide chaos, many deaths including Mystique. Destiny had to stop this. She needed something to use against this man, against this demon. That something was Nightcrawler. She says that it wasn't enough that Nightcrawler was born. She was afraid that they were bad influences, even now. but Azazel would kill them, kill Mystique and Nightcrawler if he didn't become an X-Men. She had to give him up to save him, and then she chose for Charles to purge her memory. The idea of not having them was far too much for her, and while Raven chose otherwise, it tore her mind to tatters. Now here at the very end, they all know. Destiny apologizing to Nightcrawler for the life that he has had to lead. It is a life that she chose for him, but not one that she would wish for anybody. He tells her that he is happy and angry, that his feelings are very complicated, but they're gonna figure it out. For Destiny though, she doesn't love Nightcrawler. She made Xavier block away those feelings completely, so she can never feel anything for Nightcrawler. Xavier was supposed to remove these. He was supposed to take these blocks away, but now he is in the hands of the enemy. Mystique now has to ask, why are we still here? Now we go get Xavier. But Destiny refuses to tell her where Xavier is, because if she goes, she will die. The future currently being a minefield. She refuses to lead Mystique into that. As they argue over this, Exodus tells Kurt that it is time to go, because he is needed in the Arbor. As they open up the gateway, they say that this isn't great. It should be like mining Mysterium, but it's not. It is farther away and all kinds of messed up, with Manifold saying that it's never been safe. And it's even worse now. But Destiny lets us know it's the people that are living there. Subjective reality warps, the pure pre-existence creativity of the room. That is what broke Jean Grey. That is how it is as stable as it's going to get. If Destiny's plan works, they won't be going back. Not like this. Nightcrawler unable to go through, and Exodus isn't going to let him. Exodus says that it needs to be him, but he does ask for Kurt's Hope Sword. As Exodus takes that sword and he goes to find Hope, he tells her that it's not too late to let somebody else take the burden. We are seeing them communicate between the White Hot Room and regular Earth. This gateway opened up by Manifold, but it is so powerful that only Exodus and individuals with his level of durability could even attempt to give the weapon to Hope. The weapon being the Hope Sword. And Hope is letting Exodus know that it can't be you, that it has to be me. Hope knows that there is probably no return from this. She tells Exodus to be good, throwing the sword to her and Exodus asking if there is anything else. She goes to mention something about her dad, about Cable, but that is exactly when he shows up. Knowing that he would come to say goodbye, he waves her off and she whispers, "I love you," and then the gateway closes. Now Hope wielding the Hope Sword. This is where we learn an interesting truth. The Hope Sword is live. It is alive, and it is David Haller. It is Legion. One of the most powerful mutants to ever exist is the living weapon that Hope is going to use to take down the Phoenix. Now, swords aren't really Hope's style, so they're gonna go with something she's a little more comfortable with. This is where we see Legion transform into a gun, much more fitting for her. And then Jean Grey appearing before her. Jean is letting her know that the Phoenix is going to be hard to find, that she is off in the nothing, that she would rather lose herself than die. But Jean can help. She is going to do what she can, floating above time and space. Coherent now, she can lead and watch for trouble, but it is all going to be up to Hope to actually handle this. This is where we pick up with Enigma. Enigma learned the truth from Mother Righteous. Hope as a great hunter, rebirthing the thing that could be the real threat to Enigma. And it is in the place that he can't even do anything about. He cannot interfere directly inside this place of outside time and space. But there are other things he can do in other places and other times. This is what takes us to Anchorage, Alaska, 9 months before Hope's birth. Going up to Louise Spaulding. He is here to talk about her pregnancy, or her pregnancy that may never happen. Alright gang, so as we pick up with this issue, it does start us off with Sinister and Destiny. and I really have grown to love their relationship throughout this Krakoan era. We have tracked them back all the way back to the early days of Nathaniel Essex. Destiny has been telling him all of this time that at the end of the day, they gotta be on the same side. But right now, Destiny has no hope, that there is no way through. Enigma will always win. Right now, she is seeing a splintered timeline, a minefield that lays before her. And oddly enough, this is where Sinister comes in as a voice of reason. He talks about once being able to construct a model that predicted all the actions of mutant kind. It was a model that worked very well until the arrival of the Phoenix. He knows if the Phoenix plan works, no one's gonna see it coming, including Enigma, including Destiny. But Destiny only cares about Raven. She has spent all of her time trying to protect Mystique. She has studied her futures, seen them from start to back and back to start. She has seen Raven die over and over and over again. Sinister not really having sympathy, but understanding, yeah, you've created PTSD in your own mind after witnessing her death after timeline. But Sinister also had the opportunity to study Destiny. With his Moira engine data, he was able to manage to study her predictions. In every situation, she constantly overestimates the chance of her death. On a 50-50 scale, Sinister has theorized that she is hypervigilant. Her sight is drawn to those timelines where she dies. And this is what throws your math off. Love is throwing your math off. This is why he has always said that love is our greatest weakness. The reason Sinister is telling her all of this is because he knows everyone wants to murder him. He knows that all of this is going to end, one way or another. He predicts that Krakoa's not going to be around any longer. This is him planning for his future, because the best case scenario, Krakoa is gone and they're back to being hated. He would rather have at least one person in his corner, one person that may not want to just murder him on sight. And so this gives Destiny the courage, the capability to now go help Mystique, to guide her to Xavier so that she can finally put him down, but only after fixing her brain. As they head off to war, we pick up with Hope and Legion, an Omega level power manipulator, an Omega level power manifester. This mutant circuit can do anything. That includes taking down the Phoenix. As Hope begins to fire Legion, we see the Phoenix become wounded, but then we see the Phoenix begin to fight back. With this ongoing battle, we pick up in the past, 9 months before Hope's birth. Enigma has made his arrival having a discussion with Hope's mother, Louise Spaulding. He informs her of her future, that in 9 months' time she's going to die, that she'll be recovering from labor when men with flamethrowers arrive, that she will be murdered along with everybody in the hospital in fear of her child. Of course, she dismisses this at first, but when he shows her, when he makes her feel the pain of her own death, this is when she listens. And in that moment, Hope Summers can feel it. Enigma is trying to change the past. He tells Hope's mother that at the moment you die, he will lift her from the timeline, can bring her to somewhere much like heaven, and deposit her later wherever she wants, whatever she wishes. Enigma simply needs to be Hope's father. And Jean Grey can feel this change, with Hope dropping down to the ground. Jean is telling her that she needs to kill the Phoenix. She is persuaded to leave them alone for a few moments, letting her have the reins, but this isn't gonna last long. That Hope's gotta collect herself. But then when she looks at her, she sees it. The Enigma crown on Hope's forehead. The past is changing. Enigma is becoming Hope's father. And so Jean takes off. Believing that she can stop this, she takes off into the sky. This is where we pick up with Raven and Destiny. The two of them have made their way into the Orcus facility, and they have found where they are holding Xavier. Destiny demanding for him to take the blocks off so that she can love her son, and Charles doesn't hesitate to give this back to her. In an instant, she remembers her son. She remembers the love for her son. She remembers the abandonment of her son. But not having any time to truly think about this, we have the Nimrods that are showing up. They quickly grab hold of Mystique and Destiny, believing that her visions, her premonitions, they're all true. That she saw this going to happen and there was nothing that she could do to stop it. Except this time, they get some help. This time, Exodus teleports in, grabs them, and gets them out of here in an instant. As we hop back over to the bar with Enigma and Hope's mother, we have the arrival of Jean Grey. Jean comes in, letting her know that you can't do this. Only now can she finally understand. Hope Summers was sent by the Phoenix to make the Phoenix. That is what Hope Mother chose to do here, coming to save mutant kind. But Hope saves so much more than that. She saves everybody. And Enigma tries to argue his stance, that Krakoa was mutants finally learning their final lesson, the real lesson in reality. All you can do is look after yourself. He tells her to learn those lessons, to look after yourself, after your daughter, to join him, and she might actually get to meet her daughter. But Hope's mother immediately turns him down, and she wonders what Hope is like, with Jean letting her know that she's fierce, that she swears a lot, that she looks a lot like her mother. Enigma begins to lose it. He reminds her that she will die in pain, that she won't even remember this moment. He makes her feel every bit of this anger, every scream. But this woman is a firefighter. She runs into buildings that are set ablaze. She knew eventually she would get burned, that her day would come. And in that moment, Enigma disappears. Jean touches the forehead of Hope's mother, and the seed is planted, born from the Phoenix and Jean Grey's love. Circles now and forever. A chain, a ring that is never ending. And then she is gone. As we pick back up with the Phoenix and Hope back to her regular self, picking up Legion and firing away. In the massive explosion, we see Hope get caught up, and as the flames begin to burn, Hope's body turns to flames. Hope is the last and first fire in the dark. This is where the Phoenix begins. This is where the Phoenix ends. This is the Phoenix now and forever. An unbroken circle of fire. Hope has transformed into the Phoenix, and now the Phoenix must feed, because the true enemy is at the doorsteps. Taking us to the battlefield, we pick up with Exodus, Destiny, Mystique, and Nightcrawler, with Destiny running into the arms of her son, apologizing for everything that she has ever done. In the same breath, we see the sword return back to the hands of Nightcrawler, the sword that is Legion. This means Hope is dead. The plan succeeded. Hope returned from which she came, the flesh made immortal, that she now sits with Krakoa in exile in spirit. Nightcrawler reminding him that they're all over there. All of them alone, trapped in the white-hot room, lost forever. But Exodus refuses to accept this. He says they will return, that the Krakoan age will come again, and that they must all fight in this fallen world to prepare for their coming. Meanwhile, Krakoa in exile, the white-hot room. We see all the mutants that are left behind are scared. They're worried. They don't know what they're gonna do. They don't know what's going to happen until our little friend decides he's gonna take some charge. He reminds everybody that they're better than this. They have no rulers. They have no leaders. They have no heroes. The people here are the people in charge. They are now the Quiet Council. And the reason that they are quiet is because they must listen. This is when they start to make a list of everything that they are going to need if they're gonna survive here in this place. Alright gang, so we're jumping right into the fray. We have Nimrod giving Wolverine one heck of a beatdown. Even though Sentinel City has been destroyed, Nimrod is holding out that there is still a chance. That they have only prolonged the inevitable. That it will now be a much darker and much brutal time moving forward. We also cannot forget that Nimrod is in multiple places at one time. Multiple bodies fighting the X-Men all over the place. From New York City to Washington, D.C., but they all work as one unit, fighting against Wolverine, Emma Frost in another place, Polaris in another, and then joined by Magneto. He lets Nimrod know that this is the day he's going down, that he had underestimated him before, but he won't make that mistake again. As they prepare for their attack, we have Sync using the powers of Sunfire to try and soften up Nimrod, and then Emma Frost trying to knock his armor loose. And though they fight against him, he cannot understand why they would continue. In his mind, he won this months ago, as we pick up with Nightcrawler and Cyclops. As they get out of the wreckage of Sentinel City, Nightcrawler has to teleport away to go and save Colossus, who is flying through space. Nimrod hit him so hard that he went up into outer space and he kept going, with Psylocke having a small little eye on him, barely able to see him. Nightcrawler is able to go save him, and Cyclops faces off against Nimrod. Meanwhile, when we pick up with Omega Sentinel, her party is getting crashed by Rogue and Psylocke. With Omega Sentinel so focused on Rogue, she never saw Psylocke coming in from behind her and using her dagger, piercing through the mind of the machine. She thought that this would kill her, but it didn't. All it did was destroy the machine part of her, the AI. The only thing that is left over is what was once human, with them deciding to leave her in her agony, dealing with the pain of everything that she has done, drowning in the sorrow, the regret. The part of her brain that was Karima had been partitioned away for so very long, taking us back over to Cyclops and Nimrod, with Magic knocked unconscious. Eden as well. We see Cyclops use his blast and hit Nimrod. In every one of those endless simulations which came to the end of the X-Gene, Cyclops was the Omega Mutant, the last one standing. His gift had the ability to crack Nimrod's armor, but Nimrod had been learning, grabbing hold of Cyclops. He tells him that he is the toughest of all of them, and he's not sure if he's going to see him in what they would consider a next life. But if there is one, Nimrod will follow him. He will hunt him down in any and every life. As we see each of the Nimrods holding on to one of the X-Men, Sync, Emma Frost, Polaris, Magneto, and Cyclops, getting ready to break their necks. This is where we have the arrival of the goddess herself. Storm comes in with her lightning bolt and she hits Nimrod. 1 billion calculations only to be wrong about the last X-Men standing. This is the most humanity that Nimrod would ever achieve. This affecting every one of the duplicate Nimrods, a flaw that he did not perceive. Being able to exist and think across vast distances requires a lot of data and power. This is something that Storm really manipulated and exploited. So all of the Nimrods currently are feeling that electrical flow through their body, disabling them, putting them down, but they have yet to fully go down. So this is where Polaris and Magneto, they use their powers together and they help out the goddess. As Storm prepares to put down Nimrod, we see that Storm is trying to show some kind of mercy to him. She tells him that if you stop fighting right now, this war, it ends. If the X-Men stop fighting, they die. That this is the huge difference between the two of them. As they battle and Storm uses lightning bolts to take him on, Cyclops is able to crack open his armor. This is when the goddess commands the lightning and forces it into Nimrod's body, unwilling to yield. Sync reaches out and uses Storm's power, helping her out as well. Magneto and Polaris creating a magnetic field. The storm that Nimrod had faced even wiped out all of his duplicates, including all of the ones that were hidden away from combat. Nimrod's last words, "You vermin will follow me into the abyss." With the battle being won and the X-Men gathering everybody together, they prepare to get out of here, with Prodigy asking the universe to open up and teleport them away. All of the X-Men get out of here, except along the way, Eden and Scott get grabbed up. Eden, not knowing where they are, what is going on, he looks up and what he sees is Laktuka greeting little brother. Laktuka had taken them away from the threat that is currently happening, the threat of Enigma. If Enigma looks in their direction, the only thing that they will see is the void of the cosmos. They would be unable to see Laktuka, Eden, Scott, or anybody else, at least within the vicinity of Laktuka. And Eden knows that if she is here, they are in good hands. But the universe is on a precipice, and Scott Summers' heart, that will tip the scales away from death and towards life. This is where our heroes pick up on Krakoa. Krakoa's still alive, and all thanks to Apocalypse. He informs them that the island was in hibernation, but it will now welcome all of their energies here. Before they go off and celebrate, Scott takes a moment. Not sure if Jean can hear him, but he reaches out. He lets her know that they've taken care of Orcus. They broke everything. Nimrod is gone, but they need her to rise again. All of it always goes back to Nathaniel Essex. He is out there threatening all of them. Latuka had told him that his heart will save all of them, but he gave his heart to Jean Grey. He now hopes that love will save them. He knows that she can't reply, but he hopes that she can hear him. He tells her to come back and to bring the fire. Alright gang, so as we dive into this issue, we have the Phoenix reborn. The Phoenix is beginning, and it is time for the Phoenix to feed. But not like before. No, this time is different. This is where the Phoenix begins, where the flame of hope grows. The Phoenix is Jean Grey, and Jean Grey is the Phoenix. But the Phoenix is not just Jean Grey. The Phoenix is taking us to the waiting room, or all the mutants from the waiting room. Every mutant that was in heaven, the one created by the Scarlet Witch, they have been sitting here waiting to become part of the Phoenix. On this day, resurrection ends, and the Phoenix begins. Every mutant soul burns in the Phoenix. Feathers and wings beyond comprehension, and the talons of a truly focused totality of mutant kind itself. The Phoenix is every mutant, now and forever. Absorbing all the mutants in the waiting room, Jean Grey and the Phoenix take off to face the Dominion. And it doesn't take long for him to show his face. But the Phoenix quickly finds herself outnumbered. All the Dominions have descended from overspace. Enigma, with all of them, they plan to end the Phoenix. And Jean stands before them, ready to fight every single one of them if she must. But this is where things go sideways for Enigma, because all the other Dominions, they turn their backs on Enigma. The way that the Dominions see it, they're past all this petty warfare, all this squabbling, all of this linear thinking, having fear of something. And they let him know to truly become a Dominion, it means escaping all of this. When all other possibles are you, how can you fear them? Choosing to return to war and genocide. This means continuing to see others as others rather than possible sames. What they're telling Enigma is that you may become a Dominion, but you haven't ascended as you properly should have. They let Jean Grey and the Phoenix know that we wish you no harm. You are now and forever. And they are outside of that. There is no overlap. So any actions you take to defend your domain, it's acceptable to all Dominions. As they get an audio saying we will see you soon, never, and always, the Dominions take off. And this is where Enigma is now on the run. Now this is what takes us to Professor X. He has made his way into the enemy's nesting. He is at Orcus HQ. He has finally met the person that he has done all of this for. He finally runs into Moira. He tells her that he is here to open her mind. That if they're gonna talk, it should be something more suitable. With Charles psychically connecting to her, she believes at first this shouldn't be possible. She's a robot. That he shouldn't be able to do a telepathic takeover. That he can't even project. She has defenses in place for all of this. But he lets her know that this isn't a takeover. This is what he calls a signal, that she is more than free to leave at any time she chooses. But she is a thinking creature, and touched the astral plane. A long time ago, he had left a beacon in her, one that he could guide this message to her. He wants her to remember what happened. And she already knows, Charles came to kill her. He had even pulled the trigger, but at the end, he let her live. He was convinced to follow another route, one that had convinced him to really believe and have faith in her better nature. He told himself that this was unlikely, but still he finds himself right here at this moment. And so as their conversation continues on, we pick up with Jean and Enigma, as Jean is fighting him, trying to find him throughout time. Enigma is hiding anywhere he can. Now, Jean is the Phoenix. The Phoenix is Jean, now and forever. They're like planets orbiting. Sometimes they're very close, sometimes they're far away. At the time of the Phoenix's birth, these two are as close as they can possibly get to one another. Jean can move out of time, but thanks to Moira, Enigma is out of more times. They could possibly kill him if they could find him. All he really has to do is ensure that she is gone. And so he does small things like strengthen her parents' will, not let her go to the school. But Jean notices this and she changes it. This is all a cat and mouse game. Enigma's going through time trying to change things in Jean's life, and Jean is able to pick it up just in the nick of time and reverse it back to how it was. But it's only gonna take one mistake to change everything. One small thing that Jean doesn't catch, and her life is altered forever. As we hop over back to Professor Xavier, he lets Moira know that I knew you would join Enigma. I knew your nature, I knew what you would do after you learned everything that you did learn. But he also knew that if he could find a way into Orcus, if he could join the enemy, then maybe he could get back to her. Maybe there was a chance to turn her around, to change her. And of course, Moira, she's hesitant to even accept this as an idea. She has finally escaped her fate after all of these tries. Now, Charles is asking her to go backwards. But Charles asks her to consider. This Dominion has grown from Sinister. It is Nathaniel Essex. This is the man that you will be making king of the universe. Now you must ask yourself, can you stand idly by and enable this? Can you sit by his side while he does everything that he is going to do? Do you have the conscience to live with this forever? Because that's exactly what's gonna happen. And even if Moira wanted to do something, she says that she couldn't. That Enigma would chew her up and spit her out. But Charles lets her know that there is an option. Right now, Jean is fighting him across all that there ever was and will be. But she is unable to land a blow because she can't find him. He tells Moira that if you activate the signal that he put in her brain at 13 years old, Jean will be able to find you. That everything he has done, the murders, the betrayal, colluding with Mother Righteous to understand the Phoenix, to understand it enough to put all of this together. He has done it all to be here at this moment, to ask Moira to be a better person. And Moira simply wanted to live, to not be trapped. Asking Charles why he really is doing all of this. He says at the start of this, he believed in Moira. She took them to Krakoa, and for a while that place was wonderful. This all came from Charles believing in Moira, and he is able to convince her. Moira sends out the signal to Jean Grey, telling Jean to come and get her. In a matter of moments, the Phoenix arrives and we see Moira burn to a crisp. With Moira taken out of the picture, Enigma must face the Phoenix one-on-one. A face-to-face brawl. But it doesn't matter how powerful Enigma is. He is only one. And the Phoenix, she is the X-Men. This is where we see the spirits from every X-Men that was in the waiting room. Every X-Men that was absorbed into the Phoenix. They come forth and they dominate. Enigma had seen every situation and he believed that he had won. But this never happened before. This doesn't happen. He thinks maybe he can hide, that he can get away. But this is the end of Enigma. As the Phoenix drives Wolverine claws right through the skull of Enigma. The claws of the Phoenix herself. The talons that are a weapon of devastating amounts. This is what dropped this Dominion out of existence. And so with the return of Jean, everybody celebrates. The day has been won. Enigma has been defeated. Jean immediately going into the arms of Cyclops, grabbing hold of him and kissing him. Rasputin still around and looking to end Sinister's life. Nobody knows where he is. Destiny saying that he's elsewhere, but not to worry. because he will get his in due time. As we pick up 1 week later, we pick up with Charles Xavier sitting on a bench. He sits and he waits for the arrival of the cavalry. He knew that they would come as soon as he showed his face again. Guns drawn, Professor Xavier is taken into custody. This is what also takes us to an unknown timeline. Now, New Krakoa still technically exists. It exists in the White Hot Room. There are 200,000 mutants there that are starting a new Krakoa over. Maybe this time they can actually have a nation of peace. Enigma's fragments have been scattered across all reality. Really, this is just the Phoenix dicing up Enigma and spreading him as a message to anybody that might ever threaten them again. But this timeline that they're showing us, this is Moira. The moment that her mutant gene is supposed to activate, it doesn't. Moira is finally free. So as we pick up with this issue, we pick up with Charles Xavier in the back of a prison vehicle. He is currently being transported. The US government decided to lock him up and throw away the key. But while being transported, they are ambushed, with Wolverine clawing his way inside of this prison transport. He is not here to save Professor X. He has come here to assassinate him for everything that he did, for everybody he betrayed, for all of the mistakes that he caused. Logan has come to put an end to him, but this is where Magneto stops him, that there is no more martyrs. And right now, he needs to have a conversation with him. And so Magneto throws Wolverine off to the side, and the two of them go somewhere a little more private. And many people are gonna notice that Magneto looks younger. When he returned from death, he was younger, and so he was significantly de-aged. But this conversation between Charles and Max is absolutely phenomenal. Magneto is asking, how did we get here? And we see a Professor X that has become so nihilistic, so angry with everything, telling him that he quit, he died, and so he had to make choices. And in those choices, people died, but the rest of them lived. And he is the one that has to pay the price. With Magneto going on to say that at the beginning, he asked if what they had made was enough. He knows that they were not enough. They took their paradise and they created the pit almost immediately. He played this game, the game of laws, of nations, of hard and soft powers to ensure mutant safety. With all of his effort, it didn't work. In embracing the world's power, he turned his back on the world. He refuses to do this again. With all of the hatred, all of the fear, all of them together, Magneto says that the next Krakoan age, it will not be built by his hand, but it is an era that will be built. Now, this is where Charles goes on to say that this is the part where you say I was right. And pitying him, Magneto says, is that really all that you have left? For Professor X, an I told you so really is all he has. This is where something happens. At Pacific Krakoa, we see the magic descend. We see a civilization descend. As these structures begin to appear all over the island, Cypher is greeted by Kafka. Now, if you guys remember, Kafka was in the White Hot Room, him with 250,000 other mutants. He is from their quiet council, but a council that doesn't have leaders, doesn't give orders necessarily. It's a council that listens. Cypher and everybody else believe that him, all those other mutants, were lost to the White Hot Room. As you guys can tell, Kafka is significantly aged up, but he goes on to explain that it was touch and go for them for a while. Once they were able to get the basics down, they were able to build more. This continued on and on, but their Krakoa insisted a return, that their Krakoa wasn't going to leave the Krakoa of Earth behind. For Kafka and them, it has been 15 years. So much has changed, and so has the Krakoa that was in the White Hot Room. The two Krakoas now speak a different language from one another. Cypher is the one that is going to have to really communicate for them as they begin to learn one another yet again. As we pick up hours later, we see part of the island lifting up out of the ground. Cypher says that whenever this all settles down, everyone can go and explore, but if people want to talk, he says to meet in the quiet council chambers. And so with Jean Grey, Cyclops, Emma, Exodus, all of them coming in here trying to figure out what exactly is happening. Everybody seeing Kafka, unable to believe how old he is, how much he has grown. It may have been weeks for the X-Men, but for Kafka and the others, it has been 15 years. 15 years of work and peace. That it was a hard life, but for them, it was perfect. They had the four. They had the cradle. They had both databases. And best of all, they had Hope Summers. They had 15 years. This means all 15 million mutants, all the Genosian dead, they were resurrected. Kafka tells them that all we truly needed was to be left alone. With the gateways opening up across the globe, people are given the opportunity to leave, to go back to Earth. Those that want to stay can stay. Those that just want to visit are going to visit. But this is a 24-hour pass. Kafka, Krakoa, it's all leaving back to the White Hot Room. It is only going to be here for 24 hours. Now, when we're talking about Hope Summers, Kafka says that they have her, both literally and not. It's a bit of both. The White Hot Room is the home of the Phoenix, and what they don't really understand, but resurrection, it works there. You can feel her presence. Hope lives in Krakoa now. Metaphor and truth, everything in between. But if Kafka is being honest, it's very hard for those that have been there for 15 years to be away, that they're all going back. They only came to merge the Krakoas, to drop off the people that want to leave, because Kafka knows that Earth is not ready for them. After hearing that there is a 24-hour clock on this, Exodus loses it. He goes to attack Kafka. As Kafka tries to make a run, he says that this is exactly why they're leaving. As he begins to walk away, we have the arrival of Apocalypse. And Apocalypse is telling Kafka, to let me know what's going on. Exodus being held up in the council room. He was going to start the process to send them back, but Exodus stopped him. That he is refusing to let Krakoa leave. This is where Apocalypse steps in. He tells Exodus to step down. Of course, Exodus refuses. The battle ensues. But this is short-lived, with Apocalypse grabbing him and smashing Exodus into the ground. The blood splatters in all directions. And with Exodus down, Apocalypse now wants to see what Kafka and the others have built. As everyone leaves the chamber, they go out and they begin to observe what everything is here. One thing that we do learn is the hypercharged Krakoa was unsustainable. That the Krakoa of Earth probably lost 100,000 years off of its present life cycle. But Kafka says that you guys weren't to blame because you simply didn't know. You were also facing much bigger problems. It's hard to think about 10,000 years in the future when you have sentinels right in front of you. Kafka says that this new Krakoa, everyone does their bit. That they're all in together for the long haul. That most people have enjoyed it, but there are some people that want to go back to Earth's culture. No matter what, it is everybody's choice. They decide what path they take. Now, Apocalypse has to ask some questions as they look at the woodwork, statues of their past. A visual history of everything that they have gone through. In Apocalypse, he has to bring up the fact that he sees this and they view him as the past, as their bloody history. Is he really reduced to nothing more than a wooden sculpture? Kafka tries to let him know that we've changed, that survival of the fittest isn't about who is strongest, it is survival of the best fit, as in the best of fit in the context one finds themselves in, that you can change the context you find yourself in, to find the attributes that are the best fit for you. And he doesn't mean this in any offense. Everything that Apocalypse did got them to where they are today. Everything that he lived through. He grew up in the Bronze Age. They don't think that he did badly. He gave them the opportunity to build the nation that they have today, and they are all eternally grateful for Apocalypse's sacrifices. Unfortunately, Apocalypse is not pleased. He grabs Kafka and he slams him into the ground. He tells them all that his ideas were not radical enough, that he was obviously far too lenient. And so now he will administer pain. Immediately, everybody attacks Apocalypse. At first, some think that he may be compromised, but this is no possession, no telepathic attack. He tells them all who saved Arakko. Apocalypse did. Who saved Krakoa? Apocalypse. Who rekindled the flame of mutant magic? Who gave them their future? Apocalypse did it all. Yet when you are let alone, you didn't bring back the fire from heaven. He gave them everything, and they became the opposite. The opposite of what he believed they needed to be. Instead of becoming gods, they became philosophers. That they were meant for greater things than this. Saying that Krakoa wishes to rotate back into the white-hot room, to journey deeper into the mystery, to perhaps return bearing the true Mysterium. But they are not ready for that quest. But he will be their proper leadership. With this battle raging on, this is where Doom takes an opportunity to go steal a Krakoan seed. Sending Volta down there. There is a mutant child that sees her take this seed away, but she is able to bring it back to Doom, and she tells Doom that nobody saw her. With mutant kind now fighting against Apocalypse, we see Sunfire. He comes in trying to burn Apocalypse. We have Colossus coming in with a mighty uppercut. But even with all of these powers, it's still not enough against the might of Apocalypse. As they stand against him, as he asks who is going to join him, we have the arrival of the goddess. Storm comes from the sky. She reminds him that the era of resurrection has ended, that he cannot be dissuaded with words. She tells him to close out his argument, and let's do this. With Wolverine and Deadpool jumping in, they try to stand against him, but obviously Apocalypse throws them to the side like they are absolutely nothing. Logan dang near having his head ripped off had it not been for Nightcrawler. With Nightcrawler bamfing in, he goes to pluck out the eyes of Apocalypse. And though blinded Apocalypse standing upon Emma Frost, he throws her for a loop. After tossing X-Men aside left and right, this is when Jean Grey steps in. Now, Jean goes on to say that what Emma told you was right. All the Genosha have returned. 15 years have passed for Krakoa. They haven't had to live with Sentinels. No Stryker, no Orcus. They don't even know who the X-Men are, nor do they have need for them. She tells him to touch their minds, to witness it. They are Krakoan. They are everything that you wish mutantdom could have become, but he is too busy fighting against it to see what they are. And what he sees is millions of mutant minds that his magic has brought to this very moment, but that it holds no sway over this undiscovered country. And that is where Apocalypse teleports away. Now, over the next 24 hours, things are less eventful. As they get the head count and everybody who is back that wants to stay, we see them prepare to leave. And Kafka does try to convince Nightcrawler to come back with them. But the way Nightcrawler sees it, there is still need for the X-Men. There are those that are still going to be hated, that are going to be feared. The fight will continue on, but one day he does hope to be back here with Krakoa, back in these green fields with all of his friends. With every color of the spectrum and the blinding light, we see Krakoa disappear, and this is the end of the first Krakoan age. Taking us to a little bit later on, we pick up on Arakko. Once known as Mars, now belonging to mutant kind. The mutants of Arakko still living here, and now Apocalypse has arrived. Talking to his orc. After talking and learning about everything about this new Krakoa, he learned that he was a thing of the past, that he was not needed, that he was rejected. Now he wonders maybe it's time to pass the torch. Perhaps it is time for him to find the heir of Apocalypse. As we pick up in a cell, hidden away in an Orcus base, we have Mother Righteous being greeted by Dr. Stasis. She thinks she's about to be freed, only to see that this is not Dr. Stasis. Being impaled through the stomach as Mother Righteous dies, we see that this is Mystique getting her payback. As we pick up with Professor Xavier in his cell, he cannot help but have a little bit of joy in this place. He says that Reed looked embarrassed. Tony barreled in, saying that they got a ton of several anti-psychic hardware that say he can't use his powers. He knew that they had a plan to cage him if necessary, but the world outside of here continues on same as ever, as if Krakoa never happened. And so Professor X is still out here trying to save mutants when he has the opportunity. They believe that there is nothing he can do, but Charles was suspicious of his friends. He hints that long ago, he left a simple compulsion in the minds of the world's greatest geniuses, that if they ever made a cage for Charles Xavier, there would be a loophole. And that is exactly what happened. He planted that small compulsion in their brains. And so Charles, even though they all believe that he is imprisoned, he can still have influence where he sees fit, as we see him making this man jump off a building after he tried killing a mutant. Now, Charles Xavier decides with his ability to go check in on everybody, he sees where they are and what they're doing. From Cyclops and Beast taking over an Orcus facility in Alaska, to Jean Grey at the edge of space trying to restart a star, a white dwarf that is going out of life, that is needed for this entire system or it will die. But Charles can actually communicate with Jean Grey, and he wonders, did he make the right choice? Will mutant kind survive, thrive, excel, in spite of his great sin? And Jean really tells him that I can't answer this for you. But after witnessing Jean, he says that he has his answer, returning down to his body. It's as if Charles Xavier dies right there on the spot. Nobody really understands what's going on with him, but they begin to transfer him to the prison at the mansion. As the guards sit here, we see that Charles Xavier, they say that he's a vegetable, but that's when his eyes open up. And that will be the end of this issue. So let me know what you guys think down in the comments. The only thing I have to say, no, not the only thing, the first thing I'm gonna say, I was right. I called this months ago. Now, they were hyping up the Krakoan age is coming to an end. Technically, yes. Technically, the Krakoan age did come to an end, but it's also continuing on. For those that may not understand what just happened here, is that Krakoa returned. Not only did it return, not only did they confirm that they are able to resurrect any mutant in the White Hot Room, but they brought back 15 million mutants, all the Drenosian mutants, and any that chose to stay on Earth, they're allowed to. So we can assume that, like the death of Kid Omega, we can assume that he probably got resurrected, and that's why we see that he is in the future titles. This was really smart on Marvel's part, I think, because this opened up the doorway to bring back any mutant character that they so choose. All of them are on the table to be used at any point if they so choose to do so, and all they have to say is they came back. When Krakoa and Kafka, all of them came back for the 24 hours, they had been resurrected, and that's why they're here on Earth, because they decided to stay on Earth. But I knew that they couldn't just get rid of Krakoa, they couldn't get rid of all these mutants, they had to put them somewhere. What better than the White Hot Room that is outside of time and space? And as we see, time accelerates very quickly. For Kafka and them, it had been 15 years. For the X-Men and Earth 616, it was only a couple of weeks. Imagine what this place is going to turn into. Now, Apocalypse, I was not expecting that, because he had a whole redemption arc of becoming, the revelation, of becoming the good guy, of becoming kind of softer, if you will. But after witnessing how soft Kafka and the Krakoan nation became, seeing him not a part of that future, he was infuriated. His ideals, his ideology, no longer a part of mutant nations. This is something that he could not tolerate. And so he smashed away. He laid down some hate. But Jean inevitably really saying, like, this is what you wanted to begin with. A nation where mutant kind can live and exist and be free and be who they are. That's what they're doing. You just don't like the way they're doing it. And so he heads off to Araco. He heads off to find his heir. Someone that will be his succession moving forward. Someone that will carry on his ideologies. I think it's also fair to assume that Araco is still very much alive and thriving. Though they may have had a war, no aspect of Araco was taken away. All of those mutants should be there, at least all the ones still alive. And so I really do look forward to seeing what they bring to the table with that in the future. All in all, I think this is the best way that you could have ended the Krakoan era. I said that when I predicted this months ago. This is the most logical way to move forward. Keep the characters you've created, but also strip away everything else and get to some bare bones. You can start brand new titles off of all of this. Brand new stories that aren't so convoluted, that don't have to be so interconnected. That way the customer doesn't have to buy 30 different titles to ensure they know what's going on in this story. That's not to say that there's not going to be some crossover, but mostly I think the future titles are gonna stick to their own titles with light crossovers. You know, you can hate it, you can love it, but the Krakoan era will definitely be remembered for decades to come. Definitely a change to what we knew, and moving forward, MutantKind is never gonna be the same. The Krakoan era existed. This is not a restart, this is not a reboot. It existed, it happens, it is still existing. Arako is still there, all these mutants have returned. What more can you ask for moving forward? Not only that, but the creative teams behind the titles moving forward. We got some amazing creators taking some fantastic characters and creating all new stories in the aftermath of the Krakoan era. Personally, I cannot be more happy with this ending. I'm excited to see the future of MutantKind, of X-Men titles, and where these stories are going to lead us as we jump into From the Ashes. But let me know what you guys think. Let me know your thoughts. Let me know your theories. If you want to get caught up on everything going on with this series, go ahead, check out the link in my description, as well as the top of this video. It is going to get you completely caught up on everything that is going on with this series. If you would like to support the channel, you can always do so by joining the channel membership. Much like Patreon, having multiple different tiers, from $1 to $50, from loyalty badges to comics every single month. Not only are you helping out the channel tremendously, but you are getting tons of perks in the process. Now, if you're unable to do this, do me a favor, subscribe to the channel, like this video, hit that notification bell, and with that being said, until the next breakdown.